Chapter 7:10. The sword emanated a long ray of light that shot towards the woman. Everywhere it passed, a huge spatial rift was created. Moreover, the space around the sword itself was actually trembling violently, as if it was suffering the impact of a terrifying force. 11th level sword intent. It ripped through space. Qian Mai's pupils constricted into the size of needles when she witnessed this scene, and it was like Shed lost her soul, because her senses told her that she would be utterly incapable resisting that attack if it was aimed at her. At this moment, she finally understood what the masked man said, and she understood why the masked man was so afraid of that fellow who was called Yi Yang, because he was too terrifying. The expression of that woman who appeared in front of Yang Yi had changed as well. She hadn't expected that a casual swing of his sword would actually be so terrifying. She possessed once-level heaven-rank sword intent as well, but the sword intent contained within that attack actually felt extremely dangerous to her. She didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. She held tightly onto her sword and saber as she crossed them together and slashed forward. Helix blade. As soon as she spoke, a strand of saber chi and sword chi flashed forward. They actually started to twist around swiftly once they shot forward, and they formed a helix. Most importantly, they were actually both at the 11th level of sword intent and saber intent. Qian Mei and the others watched as the helix of saber and sword chi smashed against Yang Ye's attack. A moment of silence ensued, and then the helix exploded into pieces while Yang Ye's attack didn't slow down at all. It instantly arrived before the woman. The woman's pupils constricted violently while horror appeared in her eyes for the very first time. She knew that Shed completely underestimated the strength of this man who stood before her. His sword had arrived before her, so it was impossible to dodge. She had no choice but to raise both her sword and saber to block it. Bang! Her figure was blasted over 100 m away before she smashed against a wall, and the wall shook violently before it crumbled down. But it wasn't long before the woman stood up once more. Shed just stood up and was about to attack when she noticed to her astonishment that both her saber and sword were actually gone. At this moment, she finally recalled that they'd been instantly blasted apart just now. They were both Tao artifacts. She suppressed the astonishment in her heart and gazed at Yang Yi. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he just looked up instead. At this moment, Lei Lin was still absorbing the lightning, and changes had started to occur to her as she absorbed countless pillars of black divine lightning. Her body had grown slightly larger while her aura was much stronger than before. Even though the black divine lightning was no threat to her at all until now, Yang Yi still didn't feel comfortable in his heart. He's a defiant profounder. Meanwhile, Qian Mei shouted abruptly, "Su Jiqing, kill him quickly." She was truly terrified of that man called Yi Yang. Not only was she terrified by his strength, she was terrified by his bloody methods. A defiant profounder. Su Jiqing's expression changed drastically. She flipped her palms, and a flaming blade and icy sword appeared in her grasp. She said, "Defiant profounder, you actually dared to trespass into my fire spirit race's territory and even started a slaughter here? How audacious!" As she spoke, a strand of flames shot out from within her, and then it flew up into the sky and exploded apart before it vanished completely. "Right, kill him. Kill him." Qian Mai's entire face had warped. She knew that if he didn't die, then she would be the one to die. However, Su Jiqing didn't attack immediately because she wasn't the slightest bit confident in her ability to fight him. Her main objective right now was to delay this defiant profounder because Shed called for backup. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and shot it towards Qian Mei. Qian Mai's expression changed violently and instinctively took a few steps back while speaking fiercely. Yi Yang, if you dare to kill me, then my grandfather will definitely chase you to the ends of the world to kill you. My grandfather is a half-saint. No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than a half-saint. Kneel down and beg for mercy right now, then maybe my grandfather might let you live." "Fool." Yang Yi flicked his fingers repeatedly, and then 4 strands of sword chi shot forward. Qian Mei was horrified, but Su Jiqing suddenly shouted fiercely, and a strand of sword chi and saber chi flashed towards Yang Ye's sword chi. However, they were just about to smash against Yang Ye's sword chi when a ray of violet light collided against them. The violet light exploded apart with the sword chi and saber chi, and they dispersed in midair. Su Jiqing gazed at the violet mink who sat on Yang Ye's shoulder, and the violet mink blinked in response before waving her little claw as if she were showing off. Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded from Qian Mei. Su Jiqing looked over and saw Qian Mei's limbs had actually been pierced by the sword chi, causing blood to flow incessantly from them. Meanwhile, a ray of violet light enveloped Qian Mei, and then she vanished on the spot before appearing right before Yang Ye's feet. What are you going to do to her? Su Jiqing shouted furiously. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, My intuition tells me that your status in the fire spirit race is definitely not low. Since that's the case, then I'll spare you for now. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a Dao rank sword appeared in his grasp before he swung it. Su Jiqing was horrified. She was just about to counterattack, but it was too late, and 4 strands of sword chi had pierced through her arms and legs. How swift! As soon as she finished speaking these words, her figure vanished on the spot and appeared before Yang Ye's feet. Su Jiqing's eyes were filled with a dazed expression because she had actually been unable to even resist a single attack from a profounder in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi gazed at the masked man and didn't waste his breath at all. He was just about to attack when Xiaoman appeared in front of him, and she stared him in the eyes as she said, Are you a defiant profounder? Yang Yi replied, I won't harm you regardless of who I am. Xiaoman glanced at the surroundings. The surroundings were covered in corpses. Some were still alive, and they were groaning in pain. When she saw all of this, Xiaoman laughed miserably and said, Besides the top 3 geniuses on the hallowed rankings, there are no other existences in the monarch realm within the hallowed grounds who are capable of instantly and easily annihilating profounders in the same realm of cultivation. If there was such an existence, then it might only exist amongst the defiant profounders. I actually brought a defiant profounder back, and I even treated your injuries. I'll kill you. As she spoke, one of her hammers flew out from her grasp and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi stretched his hand forward and grabbed it. Meanwhile, Xiaoman suddenly flew over to him, and then she smashed her other hammer towards him. Yang Yi frowned slightly as he smashed his fist against her hammer. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and the formidable force of the impact blasted Xiaoman flying. Meanwhile, the violet mink waved her little claw once more. A ray of violet light enveloped Xiaoman, and then she appeared by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then countless intense swords that were condensed from sword intent enveloped Xiaoman, causing her to be unable to move. They'll definitely kill you. Xiaoman glared angrily at him, while killing intent surged in her eyes. Yang Yi said, But you're not a match for me right now. You. She was furious. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, You'll understand everything in the future. At that time, you can decide if you want to become enemies with me or be friends with me. Now, be obedient because I can smash you to the ground with just one punch. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but he felt that it was pointless to explain right now. After all, it was impossible for him to explain while black divine lightning had appeared in the sky. How did you get into our territory? Su Jiqing spoke in a low voice. The world of lava was protected by half-saints. So, logically speaking, even the half-saints of the outside world would be unable to enter their territory. However, this fellow had just entered without causing even the slightest commotion, and he was even overcoming his heavenly tribulation here. It was that bitch, Xiaoman, who brought him here. Qian Mei suddenly roared furiously and said, It was her. It was that bitch. She colluded with the defiant profounders. She's dead. Her grandfather is dead as well. Haha, all of you are dead. Slap. A sword suddenly slapped against her face, and her cheek instantly swelled up. You. She glared angrily at Yang Yi. She was just about to speak. However, slap. A clear and resounding slap arose, and then the swelling of her face worsened. Yi Yang, you're definitely... Slap. Ah, Qian Mei howled like a boar that was being slaughtered. Slap, slap, slap. Yang Yi would slap her every single time she tried to speak, and it wasn't long before her entire face had warped completely. Even her grandfather would probably be unable to recognize her now. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak any longer. All she could do was glare resentfully at Yang Yi. You won't be able to escape. Su Jiqing spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her and said, I never thought about fleeing. How audacious. Right at this moment, a resounding howl suddenly appeared from the horizon, and then a huge palm flashed over through the sky. The palm tore through space as it clawed forcefully at Yang Yi. Yi, Yi, Yang, you're dead. You're dead. Meanwhile, Qian Mei opened her mouth and stuttered. Fuck off. His voice reverberated like a thunderclap as a ray of light shot into the sky. The sword chi tore through the sky as it smashed against the enormous palm. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the sky shook violently, and then the sword chi dispersed into the surroundings while the huge palm instantly shrunk back. After that, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man had a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the mark that was left on his palm, and then he glanced at the black divine lightning which resided in the sky above Yang Yi, heaven-rank sword intent, and the critical strike technique. How do you know the divine techniques of the hallowed halls sword cultivators? Wait, black divine lightning? You're a defiant profounder? Right at this moment, rays of fiery light surged over from all directions, and then countless experts of the fire spirit race appeared here. How audacious! You actually dared to slaughter the profounders of my fire spirit race? A monarch realm expert of the fire spirit race glanced at the corpses in the surroundings. He was instantly infuriated, and he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and then he stopped on the spot. He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when a fountain of blood surged from his neck. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Yang Yi waved his sword, and then a 300 long line appeared on the ground 30 in front of him. He said, If you're not a half-saint, then cross this line and die. Chapter 7:11. The line he created was seemingly bottomless. On the other side, the members of the fire spirit race gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Even though he was only a monarch realm profounder and was even merely at the first rank, just the sight of him aroused fear in their hearts. Head fought a half-saint equally with just a single swing of his sword, and he instantly annihilated a monarch realm expert with another. So, how could any one of them dare to attack? That attack from before was something that many of the profounders here weren't even able to catch sight of. How dare you? Right at this moment, an explosion resounded from the horizon, and then a wave of fire flashed over. After that, it transformed into a fire dragon that emanated surging flames as it smashed down forcefully towards Yang Yi. Even though it was aimed at Yang Yi, the terrifying pressure it emanated caused the profounders in the surroundings to be unable to help but tremble. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his left hand. Sheath, come to me. As soon as he spoke, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within Xiaoman, and then a ray of light flashed before the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. He sheathed his sword and drew it. A ray of light was accompanied by a sword howl as it shot into the sky, and it flashed at a speed that wasn't visible to most and collided against the fire dragon. Bang! The spectators watched as both the sword chi and fire dragon shook slightly, and then they exploded apart. Suddenly, a thread of fire shot out from the waves of energy that swept towards the surroundings, and it swiftly blasted against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi took a few steps back while a bloody hole had appeared on his chest. Yang Yi thought to himself while he gazed at the bloody hole, there's still quite a gap between me and a half-saint. Meanwhile, Qian Yin appeared here. Qian Yan's eyes instantly turned crimson red when he saw the miserable state that Qian Mei was in, and his entire face had warped. He spoke ferociously. Yi Yang, I'll swear to never stop until I kill you. No, I'll make living worse than dying for you. As he spoke, he intended to attack once more, But it wasn't long before he stopped, because Yang Ye's sword was on Qian Mai's neck. Yang Yi said, "You old dog. If you want to fight me, then I'll grant your wish once I've finished dealing with my heavenly tribulation. But I don't have the time for that right now. I won't be able to stop you if you insist on attacking right now, but I can kill your granddaughter before your eyes. You can try and see if you are faster or I am." You. Qin Yin was exasperated, but he didn't dare attack in the end. He just roared furiously, "Yang, you're actually using a woman to threaten me? Are you even a man?" "It can't be helped because she was the one who came looking for trouble with me." Yang Yi continued, "I can't just let her look for trouble with me yet not retaliate, right?" Qian Yin spoke angrily, "Yang, you've killed so many members of my fire spirit race. Even the Grand Elder and Tongfen won't be able to protect you. He's a defiant profounder." Meanwhile, the half-saint who stood by Qian Yan's side suddenly spoke in a low voice. "A defiant profounder?" Qian Yan was first shocked by this, and then he gazed up into the sky above Yang Yi. His expression changed when he saw the black divine lightning, and then he swiftly looked at Xiao Man and shouted furiously, "You bitch! You deserve death. You actually brought a defiant profounder into our territory. You deserve death. I'm going to extract your soul and burn you for eternity." Hiss! Suddenly, Yang Yi swung his sword, and then a shrill cry resounded from Qian Mei while one of her arms flew over to Qian Yin. Yang Yi said, "If anything happens to her, then I'll bury your entire race with her." As he gazed at that arm which was still bleeding, Qian Yin was instantly on the verge of going mad, and a terrifying aura surged out from him like a storm. The aura was seemingly material, and the space throughout its path started to ripple. "Yang, I swear on my soul that I'm willing to have my soul obliterated if I don't kill you." A soul vow. All the members of the fire spirit race were astounded. They hadn't expected that Qian Yin would actually make a soul vow, because profounders couldn't make vows rashly, especially when a profounder possessed a high realm of cultivation. After all, it was very likely for a profounder to suffer from inner demons if that profounder couldn't complete the vow. Once inner demons appeared, the consequences would be extremely severe if the inner demon struck while that profounder was cultivating or breaking through. Since Qian Yin had made a soul vow, it represented that the enmity between Yang and Qian Yin was really irreconcilable. Bang! Suddenly, a change occurred in the sky above Yang Yi. A pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared above Lei Lin, and then it suddenly crashed down against Lei Lin's body. "Ah!" A shrill cry resounded from Lai Lin as her figure crashed down from the sky. Yang Ye's expression changed. He flashed over and hurriedly caught her in his arms. Head just wrapped his arms around her when a powerful bolt of electricity instantly assaulted his entire body, causing him to be unable to avoid shivering. However, he didn't let go of her. "It hurts." She groaned while pitch-black electricity flowed throughout her body. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she could still speak, and then he said, "Wait inside." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and tossed her into the primordial pagoda. "You head in as well." Yang Yi gazed at the violet Mingxi, shook her head in response. Yang Yi felt touched. He knew that she wanted to help him, but he immediately smiled and said, "It's fine. I can deal with them. Head inside and take care of her for me, all right?" The violet mink hesitated for quite some time before she nodded, and then she kissed Yang Yi lightly on the forehead before she transformed into a ray of violet light that entered his body. Bang! The violet mink had just entered the primordial pagoda when numerous bolts of pitch-black lightning flickered incessantly. As soon as they appeared in the sky, an aura of obliteration pressed down upon the surroundings, and numerous experts were actually pressured to the point of falling weakly to the ground. Moreover, there were actually some monarch realm experts amongst them. Qian Yin exchanged a glance with the other half-saint who stood by his side, and both of them saw the solemnness in each other's eyes. Because the divine lightning was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than the heavenly tribulation they experienced when they advanced into the half-saint realm. "He really is a defiant profounder." Qian Yin spoke ferociously. "No wonder even the heavens refuse to tolerate his existence, and it has sent down such divine lightning. The old man by Qin Yan's side nodded and said, Xiaoman had committed a terrible crime by bringing a defiant profounder into our race. Nothing can absolve her from blame. She must be punished by the rules of the race once we crush him. I'm going to make living worse than death for both of them. Qin Yin spoke ferociously. Should we act? The old man asked in a low voice. Qin Yin shook his head. That kid is quite strong. Jiqing and Qian Mei might be in danger if we attack rashly. Let him resist his tribulation for now. We'll act at the critical moment. The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the pitch-black divine lightning in the sky above. At this moment, the energy contained within the pitch-black divine lightning was more than 10 times stronger than that of the black divine lightning from before. This wasn't a tribulation that Monarch Realm experts should overcome, nor was it a tribulation that Monarch Realm experts should overcome. Bang! Suddenly, the pitch-black divine lightning which had converged above Yang Yi started surging. An instant passed before a pillar of lightning carried the might to obliterate the world as it shot down towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch while an extremely long spatial rift appeared behind it. Looks like the heavens really does intend to kill me. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he stretched out his hand, and then an intense sword appeared in his grasp. He sheathed it while a formidable aura surged out from within him. Sever! As soon as he shouted furiously, a beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath, and the intense sword exploded into pieces. The sword energy emanated a brilliant glow as it shot into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space instantly collapsed while an extremely long spatial rift appeared behind it, just like what was happening from the might of the pitch-black divine lightning. How formidable! Countless people in the surroundings were astounded when they witnessed this scene. The expressions of Qin Yin and the other old man changed as well. It was especially so for Qin Yin. He hadn't expected that this fellow whom he once thought to be an ant would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just this attack alone was something that was utterly impossible for ordinary 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts to resist. He must be eliminated. Qin Yin spoke in a low voice. The old man hurriedly nodded as well to display his agreement. Because Yang Yi had caused them to feel threatened, all of them watched as the sword energy smashed against the divine lightning. Bang! Rumbling resounded, and then both the sword energy and pillar of lightning exploded apart in midair. Countless strands of sword energy and pitch-black arcs of electricity surged chaotically through the sky before scattering to the ground, causing the ground to be completely devastated. Bang! Meanwhile, a pillar of pitch-black divine lightning which was double the size of the last pillar flashed down. As soon as it emerged, the sword energy and black divine lightning were completely dispersed in the air. The expression of the old man who stood by Qin Yan's side had changed violently upon laying eyes on that pillar of pitch-black divine lightning, and he hurriedly shouted, "All those beneath the Monarch Realm move 5 kilometers back." Besides those at the Monarch Realm, all the experts of the fire spirit race who stood behind him immediately flashed backwards. As they gazed at the pitch-black pillar of lightning, it wasn't just those Monarch Realm experts of the fire spirit race that had solemn expressions on their faces. Even Qin Yin and the other half-saint were the same. This isn't the tribulation of a Monarch Realm expert at all. The old man by Qin Yan's side spoke solemnly. Who exactly is he amongst the defiant profounders? He actually drew such a heavenly tribulation down upon himself. Looks like hell die without us having to interfere. Qin Yin spoke ferociously. Let's concentrate, so as to prevent him from acting against Qian, Mei and Jiqing out of desperation. Haha. Meanwhile, Qian Mei started laughing ferociously. Yi Yang. Looks like even the heavens refuse to tolerate your existence. You're dead. You're definitely dead. Yang Yi paid no attention to her because she wasn't worth his time. At this moment, Yang Yi's face was extremely solemn as he gazed at the pitch-black lightning in the sky, because even he felt severely threatened by the energy it contained. Bang! Suddenly, another pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared in the sky. This pillar was more than 2 times the size of the previous pillar, and it swiftly arrived behind the previous pillar. Both pillars were almost linked together, and formed an extremely long pillar of lightning as they crashed down towards Yang Yi. Bang! That wasn't the end of it. A third pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared, and then a fourth and a fifth. Every single one of them was double the size of the previous pillar of lightning. Retreat! Qin Yin and the old man by his side had horror in their eyes, and they didn't hesitate to lead the others 5 kilometers backward. Chapter 7:12. 5 pitch-black pillars of divine lightning descended in succession, and they carried a terrifying aura of obliteration as they descended towards Yang Yi. The terrifying aura within them caused the buildings around Yang Yi to be instantly transformed into powder, while the ground in an area of 5 kilometers directly sunk almost 1 kilometer down. It simply seemed like the end of the world was arriving. At the center of the pressure these pillars of divine lightning emanated, Yang Yi was like a wooden boat at the heart of a violent storm, and he was simply beyond weak and tiny. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched them descend, and then ferocity filled his eyes. This tribulation isn't something that a monarch realm expert should experience. Even half-saints might not be able to overcome it. Bang! A terrifying strand of sword intent shot into the sky, and it formed a barrier above Yang Yi and resisted the terrifying pressure which came from the divine lightning. Oem! A sword howl shot into the sky from within the ancient sheath. Yang Yi stretched his hand forward and condensed an intense sword within his grasp, and then he spoke ferociously, "Since you refuse to let me live, then I'll defy you." As soon as he spoke, he swiftly sheathed and drew his sword. A sharp howl of the sword resounded as a ray of light charged into the sky, and it left a long trail of light behind it as it tore through space all along the way and headed towards the black divine lightning in the sky. 12th level sword intent. The old man by Qin Yan's side cried out involuntarily while shock filled his eyes. How could that be possible? He actually possesses tuned level heaven rank sword intent, and that attack is actually 7 attacks overlapped as one. Even I have to be careful when dealing with the might of that attack. How could such a formidable sword cultivator appear amidst the defiant profounders? How could this be possible? Qin Yan's countenance was extremely gloomy as he stood there silently, and only his fists were clenched tightly while his profound energy started circulating within him. Xiaoman muttered softly as she gazed at the sword energy, "You're not a defiant profounder. You're not a defiant profounder. I know who you are." Everyone here watched as Yang Yi's sword energy collided with the divine lightning. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the horizon, and then the sword energy and pitch-black divine lightning exploded apart. However, the tuned pitch-black pillar of lightning completely obliterated the threads of lightning and sword chi that remained from the collision, and then it didn't slow down at all as it continued down towards Yang Yi. Right at this moment, another sword howl resounded, and then another ray of sword energy shot into the sky and towards that pillar of lightning. 8 overlapped strands of sword energy. The old man by Qin Yan's side cried out involuntarily once more. How could this be possible? He was actually able to instantly overlap 8 attacks. How did he accomplish that? Qin Yan remained silent, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes as well. Even though these overlapped strands of sword energy couldn't kill him, and he could even blast them apart, but he had to admit that it was a threat to him. Moreover, this attack had been executed by a profounder hood just advanced into the monarch realm. If he attains the half-saint realm, Qin Yan didn't continue down this line of thought, because the outcome would make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone here watched as the sword energy smashed against the tuned pillar of lightning. Bang! As soon as they came into contact with each other, thunderous rumbling erupted throughout the horizon, and then the entire sky started trembling violently. At the same time, the ground sunk another 100 m down from the effect of the terrifying pressure which came from the sword energy and divine lightning. Bang! Another huge explosion resounded. It was caused by the aftershock from the collision. Yang Yi clenched his right hand, and an intense sword appeared in his grasp before he sheathed it. He could only overlap 7 heaven rends at most while he was at the Exalt realm. But once he advanced into the Monarch realm, his overall strength had been improved greatly, and so had his physical strength. So, he could instantly overlap 10 heaven rends at least. If he disregarded the consequences, Then he could even overlap 11 heaven rings. However, it would exhaust a huge amount of his profound energy. Even if he was at the monarch realm now, the profound energy within him was still insufficient for him to execute overlapped heaven rings without any restraint. According to his estimations, if he were to execute 10 overlapped heaven rings, then the current volume of profound energy he possessed could only sustain such attacks 5 times. It could be said that even if he couldn't defeat a half-saint, he could definitely escape with the strength he possessed now. Right when Yang Yi was about to draw his sword once more, the last 3 pillars of pitch-black lightning in the sky had stopped moving. Yang Yi frowned, and then his expression suddenly changed because the pitch-black pillars of divine lightning had suddenly merged together, and they warped for a moment before transforming into a pitch-black lightning dragon that was over 3 kilometers long and 600 m wide. It has taken form. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke with astonishment. Tribulation lightning only takes form when breaking through into the half-saint realm. That fellow is merely a monarch realm profounder. How could he possibly make tribulation lightning take form? He's a defiant profounder. Qian Yan's voice carried a trace of pleasure as he said, if it was any other ordinary person, the heavens would definitely not allow such tribulation lightning to descend upon a monarch realm profounder. However, he's a defiant profounder. Since he's a defiant profounder, then anything that doesn't make sense can still be explained. Because the heavens desire his death and not to temper him. The old man by Qian Yan's side nodded and said, he's really quite audacious to actually dare to try and overcome his heavenly tribulation in the territory of our fire spirit race. Does he think our race has no one capable? Be ready to act. This lightning dragon is probably the last strike. We have to act regardless of whether he's able to resist it, said Qian Yan. I understand. Roar. The enormous lightning dragon suddenly roared furiously at Yang Yi, and then boundless dragon pressure and the might of lightning covered the heavens and the earth as it rained down like the sky was collapsing. Everyone move 5 kilometers back. No, move 10 kilometers back. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke in a shocked tone, because the Exalt Realm experts in the surroundings had actually slumped to the ground before the dragon pressure and might of lightning, and it seemed like they were completely sapped of their strength. It wasn't just the Exalt Realm experts. Even some Monarch Realm experts had started to twitch and seemed as if they were on the verge of falling to their knees. On the other hand, the countenances of the women by Yang Yi's side had turned ghastly pale while their bodies shivered. It was especially so for Qian Mei, who had been injured. She was twitching and shivering madly. Xiaoman and Su Jiqing were in a slightly better state, but they were shivering as well. Yang, hand Qian Mei and Jiqing over or I'll shred you into pieces. Qian Yin exploded with rage when he noticed the state that Qian Mei was in, and he was about to attack. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Qian Yin and said, Old dog, I'll obliterate her right now if you speak another word. Qian Yin was exasperated, and he was about to speak when the old man by his side stopped him and said, Don't agitate him. He's definitely on the verge of going mad right now, and he's capable of anything. Qian Yin took a deep breath and forcefully restrained his rage, and he just gazed resentfully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Qian Yin, and he gazed at Xiaoman instead. They'll definitely harm you if I let you go right now. They'll let you go once your grandfather gets here. As he spoke, a ray of light flashed as 10 swords flashed out and circled the air above Xiaoman. The 12th level sword intent they were enhanced with allowed them to instantly block off most of the pressure which came from above, and it alleviated the state Xiaoman was in. Xiaoman didn't speak, and she just gazed at Yang Yi. Roar. Meanwhile, the enormous lightning dragon in the sky opened its mouth and roared at Yang Yi, and then an enormous pitch-black pillar of lightning that was 300 m thick shot out from within its mouth and emanated a terrifying aura as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he grabbed the hilt of his intense sword and drew it swiftly. The intense sword shattered as a beam of sword energy charged up into the sky, and it swiftly collided with the pillar of lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the sword energy dispersed into the surroundings. As for the pillar of lightning, it merely shook slightly, and then didn't slow down at all as it crashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yes pupils constricted. After all, that attack carried 8 heaven rinds that were overlapped together. However, such an attack was actually merely able to cause a small amount of harm to it. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think, because it had arrived above his head. He sheathed the intense sword and drew it. Another beam of sword energy shot into the sky. This beam of sword energy was faster and stronger than the last beam of sword energy because it carried 9 heaven rinds that were overlapped together. The sword energy smashed against the pillar of lightning, and it trembled violently before an explosion resounded. Both the sword energy and pillar of lightning exploded apart at the same time. Everywhere the sword energy and pitch-black divine lightning sprayed, space was instantly torn apart, and the entire sky was in a mess. Roar! Meanwhile, the enormous lightning dragon suddenly roared furiously once more, and then it waved its tail and smashed down towards Yang Yi. Countless bolts of pitch-black divine lightning were flickering all around the lightning dragon, and they were like a net that enveloped the lightning dragon, causing it to seem rather shocking. While the lightning dragon descended upon Yang Yi, the ground beneath him was sinking down incessantly. Less than a breath of time passed before the ground around Yang Yi had sunk over 1 kilometer down, and it was still sinking down at an extremely swift speed. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He stretched out his hand, condensed an intense sword in his grasp, and sheathed it. Heaven Rend, critical strike. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant beam of sword energy flashed up, and the entire sky shook in its presence. It was an attack that carried 11 overlapped heaven rinds that were enhanced by the 3-rod stage of the critical strike technique. It was the strongest attack Yang Yi could execute right now. If he didn't have a sword to support himself, he would have probably slumped down to the ground after he executed this attack, because this attack had instantly exhausted all the profound energy within him. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to withdraw a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and swallow it, and then he raised his head and looked up into the sky. Bang! A huge explosion resounded throughout the sky. Everyone watched as the brilliance of Yang Yi's sword energy gradually vanished. It wasn't long before another explosion resounded as Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart. After that, the lightning dragon, which had become quite faint, descended swiftly and arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, and a strand of energy blasted Xiaoman away. At practically the exact same moment, an enormous palm swept over and grabbed Jiqing and Qian Mei. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly enveloped beneath the lightning dragon. Chapter 7:13. Bang! Yang Yi was completely enveloped beneath the lightning dragon while countless arcs of electricity swept towards the surroundings and formed a strong lightning field. No! Xiaoman was stunned when Yang Yi pushed her aside, and she saw Yang Yi being swallowed by the lightning dragon when she recovered from her shock. She didn't hesitate to charge immediately towards the lightning field. However, it wasn't long before she was blasted back by the pitch-black divine lightning there. But she refused to give up and charged over repeatedly like a madwoman. Is he dead? The old man at the half-saint realm who stood by Qian Yan's side gazed down the abyss before them. Yes, the area Yang Yi resided on had sunk down to the point of forming an abyss, and it was almost 3,000 kilometers below the ground. All of this was caused by the lightning dragon. I can't sense his aura. Qian Yin frowned and said, Defiant profounders can't die, so he should be alive. That's good as well, because only then would I have the chance to vent the hatred in my heart. At the bottom of the abyss, formidable arcs of electricity were surging throughout it, and the ground was left charred black in their wake. It only took a moment for the entire area to be charred black. You can't die. You can't die. At this moment, Xiaoman was covered in injuries, yet she still pounced towards the abyss time after time again. When Yang Yi revealed his 12th level sword intent, she knew that she was mistaken. That man Shed picked up and brought back wasn't a defiant profounder at all. Shed misjudged him and even tried to kill him. However, had still not forgotten to save her at the critical moment. I must save him. That was the only thought in Xiaoman's mind. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The electricity that had swept towards the surroundings actually started to converge towards where Yang Yi stood earlier, and it wasn't long before an enormous pitch-black ball of lightning had appeared beneath the ground. What's going on? The half-saint by Qin Yan's side was astounded. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his relaxed fists were slowly clenched together once more. The ball of lightning is shrinking, someone exclaimed with surprise. All of them looked over. Sure enough, the ball of lightning was shrinking at a visible speed. In next to no time, it grew so small that two figures appeared before their eyes. Both those figures were very familiar to them because it was Yang Yi and Lei Lin who had devoured the black divine lightning at the beginning. At this moment, a small pitch-black ball of lightning was floating above Lei Lin's left hand while a small pair of wings that seemed to be weaved from lightning resided on her back. On the other hand, Yang Yi was supporting himself up with his right knee on the ground, while his hands held onto an intense sword which was stabbed into the ground. It was obvious that he would have slumped to the ground if it wasn't for the support of the intense sword. He's actually fine. The old man by Qin Yan's side spoke in a low voice. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Qin Yan's eyes, and he said, "Attack." As he spoke, Qin Yan flicked with his finger, and a strand of dark brown flames instantly shot towards Yang Yi. The flame was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. However, Lei Lin suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then she tossed the pitch-black lightning ball. It flashed forward like a bolt of lightning and smashed against the flame. Bang! The flame was instantly blasted into pieces, and then the ball of lightning returned to Lei Lin. Qin Yin was stunned, and then his gaze descended onto Lei Lin. He sized her up for a moment before he said, You're a Sprite King. How could this be possible?" What was a Sprite King? Actually, a natural treasure which had truly gained a consciousness of its own and could take human form was considered a Sprite King. Such Sprite Kings weren't comparable to ordinary natural treasures any longer because they possessed true intelligence like humans. Moreover, their strengths were much more formidable than ordinary natural treasures, and they were protected by the heavens and the earth. After the ancient times had passed, such Sprite Kings hadn't been born into the world anymore. Of course, the hallowed grounds had such Sprite Kings. However, he knew both of them. Moreover, they had been passed down within the hallowed grounds since the ancient times. Yet now, Head actually laid eyes on another Sprite King, one that Head never seen in the past. So, how could he not be shocked? But it wasn't long before excitement appeared within his eyes. Because his strength would be doubled at least if he was able to absorb it. "Big brother, you said that you're an old dog. I refuse to talk with you." Lei Lin blinked as she spoke in a clear and melodious tone. Qin Yin was furious. "You're courting death." As he spoke, he slapped his right palm towards Lei Lin from afar, and an enormous palm flashed out and slapped down forcefully towards Yang Yi and Lei Lin. Lei Lin blinked and seemed to be afraid, so she hurriedly flashed off and hid behind Yang Yi's back. But it wasn't long before she stepped forward once more because she seemed to have recalled that Yang Yi was in a heavily injured state right now. She ceaselessly patted the pitch-black ball of lightning, and she even started blowing on it while she patted it. It wasn't long before it grew from the size of a fist into the size of an adult's skull. After that, she slapped it forcefully, and it surged forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with the enormous palm. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the ball of lightning exploded apart, and then the enormous palm smashed down towards them. Lei Lin's face turned pale, and she was at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, a hand suddenly took her hand, and then Yang Yi was standing in front of her. Slash! The intense sword sheathed within the ancient sheath was drawn. The intense sword itself shattered while a ray of light shot towards the enormous palm. However, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth at the same time. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the sword energy and the enormous palm exploded apart and dispersed. Yang Yi withdrew over 10 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them within his pocket, and then he started absorbing the energy within them like a madman. "Watch out!" Right at this moment, Xiaoman's horrified voice resounded. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he swiftly turned around. Head just turned around when a palm formed from energy smashed against his chest. Bang! Yang Yi's entire body bent into an arc as it flew backward, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out in midair. The old man at the half-saint realm was standing not too far away from him, and he had his right hand wrapped tightly around Lei Lin's neck, while Lei Lin struggled incessantly. Yang Ye's eyes almost split apart from rage. Right at this moment, Yang Ye's expression changed again, and he forcefully twisted his body in midair. Had only just twisted his body when Qianyan appeared before him. At the same time, a flaming sword stabbed straight towards his chest. It was too late to dodge because he hadn't fully dispersed the force of the old man's attack. So, he couldn't force his body to move aside. Hiss! Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him, while he heard the sound of a sword burning through flesh. No! Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned crimson red while 100 swords flashed out from within him, and they moved around the woman who stood before him and shot madly at Qianyan, who held the flaming sword. Qianyan's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly swung the sword without end. When he fully blocked all of those swords, Yang Yi was 300 m away, and Yang Yi had a woman in his arms. The woman was none other than Xiaoman. It was Xiaoman who'd blocked that attack for him. Ha ha ha! Qianyan roared madly with laughter and said, "Yi Yang, it really hurts, right? I told you that it'll make living worse than death for you. Don't worry, that's just the beginning. It'll make that woman and that little girl suffer the most cruel and inhumane humiliation before your eyes. As for you, don't worry. Even though you can't die, I won't treat you unfairly. It'll test every single method of torture and punishment in this world on you." Yang Yi hadn't just made him lose 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Yang Yi had even tortured his only granddaughter to such an extent. So, he was beyond pleased at being able to take revenge with his own 2 hands. Yang Yi held Xiaoman in his arms while he covered the burning hole on her chest with his left hand, and he spoke with pain in his voice. "You foolish little girl. Do you know that he can't harm me? He can't harm me. So why stop that sword for me? Are you trying to make me owe you 2 lives? I only have a single life. I can't repay you." His physical body was entirely capable of resisting that attack from before. Of course, he would suffer a heavy injury because Qianyan was a half-saint and not a monarch realm expert. Even though his body was strong, it wasn't strong to the point of disregarding the attacks of half-saints. "I misjudged you earlier and even attacked you. You aren't angry with me, right?" Xiaoman's aura was weak, and her voice was soft like the buzzing of a mosquito. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't blame you for that. I never did, because I would have died if it wasn't for you." "That's all I wanted to hear." Xiaoman grinned, and then her smile froze. Yang Yi closed his eyes with pain while his hand slid down from Xiaoman's chest. A fist-sized hole was still burning on Xiaoman's chest, and a ball of flames was raging through her internal organs. She was only at the monarch realm, so how could she endure the full strength of a half-saint like Qianyan? Her internal organs had been instantly destroyed when the sword stabbed into her. Yang Yi took a deep breath, waved his right hand lightly, and placed Xiaoman's corpse within the primordial pagoda. Her corpse had just entered the primordial pagoda when Xiaoman's soul gradually floated out from her corpse. Xiaoman, who was in her soul form, glanced at the surroundings in a daze, and then an explosion resounded. Her soul exploded into pieces and transformed into countless fragments that dispersed into the surroundings. "Big Brother Yi." Lei Lin was still struggling while the old man held her by the throat, and crystalline and translucent pearls of water were dripping down from her eyes while she called out incessantly to Yang Yi. Yang Yi stood up slowly and glanced at the members of the fire spirit race in the surroundings before he said, "I was saved by Xiaoman. So not only did I have no hostility towards the fire spirit race, I even felt quite grateful. However, you've attacked me while I was trying to overcome my heavenly tribulation. Not only did you almost cause me to fail on the brink of success, you even caused Xiaoman's death. I, Yang Yi, repay the kindness bestowed upon me, and I naturally avenge any enmity I have. Today, every single member of the fire spirit race that I see will die." As soon as he finished speaking, 12th level sword intent surged madly from within him, and then that almost material sword intent started to burn. Intent ignition. Yang Ye's aura was rising explosively without end, the second rank of the monarch realm, the third rank of the monarch realm, the fifth rank of the monarch realm, the ninth rank of the monarch realm, yet it was still rising. Chapter 7:14. Yang Yes cultivation rose steadily, and only an instant passed before it had risen explosively to the ninth rank of the monarch realm. However, his sword intent dropped to the once level of the heaven rank. Countless profounders of the fire spirit race who stood in the surroundings were flabbergasted when they saw him instantly attain the ninth rank of the monarch realm. He just broke through a moment ago, but he's at the ninth rank now? How could this be possible? He was able to instantly annihilate monarch realm experts upon attaining the monarch realm. How terrifying would his strength be now? All of them couldn't avoid feeling horrified when they thought up to this point. Yang Yes cultivation stopped rising, but his aura was still rising. It wasn't long before the aura he emanated was like a mountain or ocean that exerted enormous pressure upon everyone here. Qin Yin and the old man were stunned by this scene as well. Both of them hadn't expected that the strength of this fellow, Yi Yang, would actually rise explosively to the ninth rank of the monarch realm. However, their strength and discerning ability allowed them to quickly determine what had occurred. Qin Yin laughed coldly. Yi Yang, even though relying on a secret technique to forcefully rise to the ninth rank of the monarch realm has allowed your strength to improve greatly, it's only for a moment in the end. The laughable thing is you actually said that you want to slaughter my fire spirit race. That's truly laughable and stupid to the extreme. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and condensed an intense sword in his grasp, and then he sheathed it as he spoke ferociously. You old dog. The fire spirit race will pay a price that IT'll never be able to endure because of you and your granddaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath. A sword howl shot into the sky. A beam of sword energy flashed forward, and it was so swift that some monarch realm experts weren't even able to lay eyes on it. It was an attack that carried 15 overlapped heaven rends, the 3 rod stage of the critical strike technique, and lightspeed. Only 2 people here were able to see it clearly, and it was Qin Yin and the old man by his side. Both of their expressions had changed drastically upon laying eyes on it, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was especially so for the old man. There was even terror in his eyes because it was shooting towards him. Even though he was shocked by the might of this attack, he was a half-saint at any rate. So, his reaction wasn't slow at all, and he was prepared to counterattack at practically the exact same moment that Yang Yi drew his sword. However, an invisible force suddenly appeared here, and then Qin Yin and the other man revealed astonishment in their eyes. Because their cultivations had instantly dropped to the ninth rank of the monarch realm. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? The old man cried out involuntarily with astonishment. He was just about to attack, but the drop in his cultivation caused him to be slightly slower, and then the beam of sword energy crashed against his chest. At the exact same moment, a bolt of dazzling lightning erupted from Lei Lin, and the lightning struck the old man's chest right after the sword energy had, causing him to be blasted flying. Lei Lin hastily transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Yang Yi, and then she wrapped herself tightly around him like an octopus. Her tears flowed incessantly, and she seemed so very sad, because she'd never been bullied like that since she was born. Yang Yi's mouth couldn't stop twitching because Lei Lin's entire body was covered in electricity. The electricity she emanated wasn't able to harm him in the past, but he noticed that she'd become much stronger after she devoured so much black divine lighting. At the very least, even an ordinary 9th rank monarch realm expert would absolutely not dare to go head-on against the lightning that she emanated. After he made her hide in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the old man. The old man wasn't dead, but there was a fist-sized hole on the old man's chest. The hole went straight through the old man's body, allowing others to look right through him and see the scene behind him. Yang Yi wasn't disappointed because the old man wouldn't be called a half-saint if he were so easily killed. The Stone of Suppression. You actually possessed the Stone of Suppression. Qin Yin and the old man had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces right now. After all, it was the Stone of Suppression. They didn't take the situation seriously even when Yang Yi had improved his strength to the 9th rank of the Monarch realm and possessed Heaven rank sword intent. Because they were half-saints, and even Heaven rank sword intent couldn't make up for the gap between the Monarch realm and the half-saint realm, unless it was 3rd-level Heaven rank sword intent. Yet now, they were at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm as well. It was a battle between 9th rank Monarch realm experts now, and their opponent was a sword cultivator, a terrifying sword cultivator. They weren't as confident and composed as they were just now, and only a solemn expression remained on their faces. The stone of suppression is a precious treasure of the hallowed halls. How could it have fallen into your hands? Qin Yin spoke in a heavy voice. OM. The reply he received was a wave of sword energy, and it was like a storm that rained down from the sky towards Qin Yin and the other man. How presumptuous! Qin Yin was furious, and he charged towards Yang Yi with the other old man. Unfortunately, they weren't able to harm Yang Yi at all, and it was even to the extent that they were suppressed. Because Yang Yi's sword energy was too terrifying. They would naturally not be afraid of it if they were still at the half-saint realm, but they were only 9th rank Monarch realm experts now. No one in the same realm of cultivation could avoid fearing Yang Yi's sword energy. While Yang Yi fought Qin Yin and the old man, he controlled 100 swords and sent them to attack the crowd of the Fire Spirit Race's members. At this moment, everyone within his field of vision was an enemy, and since they were his enemy, they deserved death. The profounders of the Fire Spirit Race perished one after the other, and it wasn't long before over 100 corpses had fallen to the ground. Yang, my Fire Spirit Race will never rest until you're dead. The old man's eyes were completely red as he roared. The Fire Spirit Race had very few members, and it was especially so for men. Yet now, over 100 had died in just a short moment. Coupled with the losses from before, almost 500 members of the Fire Spirit Race had been killed. That was definitely a calamity for the entire Fire Spirit Race. The enmity between us was irreconcilable since the moment Xiao Man died. Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword, and a beam of sword energy flashed. It instantly arrived before the old man, causing the old man to be horrified. After all, had personally experienced its strength, and while he wouldn't die if he were to be struck by it, it would definitely further worsen his injuries. At that time, he would need at least 2 1,000-year-old fire crystals to recover. The sword energy was truly too swift, so he couldn't dodge it in any. He pressed his palms together and pushed them forward, causing a flaming palm to flash forward and collide with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as both their attacks dispersed into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. Yi Yang, don't you dare! Suddenly, Qin Yin roared furiously before he vanished on the spot. Because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of light that shot into the crowd of profounders. As soon as he charged into the crowd, it was a slaughter, a true and utter slaughter. Rays of light flashed as heads rolled to the ground, and blood formed rivers. No one could resist a single swing of his sword, even Monarch realm experts. In next to no time, only the masked man, Su Jiqing, and Qian Mei remained. The masked man was just about to speak when a strand of sword chi pierced through his chest, and it caused him to stiffen on the spot. The masked man glanced at his chest, and then glanced at Yang Yi, who was in battle with Qin Yin and the old man, before he said, "I thought that it was a fluke which allowed you to kill Xiahou Xian, but I was wrong. I never expected that I, who am ranked at the 4th on the hallowed rankings, would actually die here, and I never imagined that I wouldn't even be able to resist a single attack from you." As soon as he finished speaking, the last strand of life left him. No one knew that the genius who was ranked on the 4th position of the hallowed rankings had soundlessly perished within the Fire Spirit Race's territory. In less than a few breaths of time, all the profounders of the Fire Spirit Race in the surroundings had either died or fled. The entire area was in a mess. Elder Qin, an elder, you aren't able to harm him. Su Jiqing took a deep breath and withdrew a talisman while she watched Yang Yi fight a fierce battle against those 2 half-saints, but she didn't crush it. It was a talisman that her grandfather, the patriarch of the Fire Spirit Race, had given her, and he would instantly rush over to her side if she were to crush it. However, she didn't want to utilize it unless she had no other choice. Because her grandfather was an absolute closed-door cultivation, which he refused to emerge from until he broke through, and a few hundred years had passed since then. So, she felt that since he still hadn't emerged until this very moment, then her grandfather's cultivation had definitely arrived at a critical moment. Su Jiqing hesitated for a moment, but it wasn't long before her worry eased up because Yang Yi was gradually falling into a disadvantaged position. Yang Yi really was slowly falling into a disadvantaged state in the battle. The reason he could fight two half-saints was mainly because had increased his strength by force and had activated the Stone of Suppression. Moreover, he relied on the extremely formidable strength of his body and was attacking with at least 10 overlapped heaven rends every single time. Thus, he was able to fight those two half-saints and kill numerous profounders from the fire spirit race. However, all of that relied on the support of his profound energy. He could sustain all of it in the beginning, but both the heaven rend drawing technique and the Stone of Suppression exhausted a huge amount of profound energy, and it caused his profound energy to be almost completely exhausted. He'll die if this continues. Yang Yi swung his intense sword incessantly while he thought, he'll definitely suffer the backlash of intent ignition in an hour from now, at most. I must live if I want to avenge Xiaoman. Once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi waved his sword and emanated a beam of sword energy, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. Bang! After he slapped the sword energy into pieces, Qian Yin noticed Yang Yi was fleeing, and he immediately roared with fury, "Yi Yang, my fire spirit race will definitely kill you even if you're the son of the Hallowed Hall's divine master." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them transformed into rays of fiery light that shot after Yang Yi. Once the three of them left in succession, Su Jiqing withdrew her gaze and glanced at the corpses in the surroundings. A wisp of ferocity and pain surged through her eyes. The fire spirit race's population was already declining. Now that so many had been slaughtered, it would take dozens of years of even 100 years for it to recover its population. Gather all the experts and elders of our race that are in the vicinity and kill Yang Yi with all their might. No matter who he is, our fire spirit race will never stop until he's dead. Su Jiqing's voice reverberated like a thunderclap. Chapter 7:15. After he attained the 9th rank of the Monarch realm, Yang Yi's overall strength had risen countless times, so his speed wasn't inferior to Qian Yin and the other half-saint at all. Members of the fire spirit race, stop him! Qian Yan's voice resounded from afar, and then countless profounders of the fire spirit race shot over in succession to block Yang Yi's path. However, it wasn't long before Qian Yin hurriedly shouted once more, "Members of the fire spirit race, retreat! Don't obstruct his path!" Because every single one of those profounders who obstructed Yang Yi didn't even have the strength to resist before they were slaughtered by a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. At this moment, Yang Yi could practically instantly annihilate any profounder below the half-saint realm. Yang Yi rose his speed to its limits, and his entire body was enveloped by sword qi as he flashed towards the distance like a ray of light. Everywhere he passed, all the profounders from the fire spirit race hastily moved aside, and they didn't dare stop him at all. Almost an hour later, Qian Yin and the old man stopped moving because Yang Yi had vanished. A mountain that towered into the sky stood just a few kilometers away from them, and flames could be faintly seen to be spraying out from its peak. He fled into Inferno Mountain Range. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke in a low voice. Inferno Mountain Range was formed by a few tens of thousands of volcanoes. Even a half-saint wouldn't dare enter it rashly because the might of their eruption was something that could even heavily injure a half-saint. Of course, these volcanoes wouldn't erupt at any other ordinary time. But what if someone made them erupt? An ordinary person would absolutely not do that because that was equivalent to courting death. But what about Yang Yi? Both of them hesitated, because once YY were to be driven into a corner and made the volcanoes erupt, even if he only made a single volcano erupt, they would definitely be heavily injured even if they could avoid death. What should we do now? The old man spoke abruptly. An expected change occurred. Qian Yin and the old man's expressions changed abruptly because their cultivations had instantly dropped to the 9th rank of the monarch realm, and an extremely formidable sword intent had enveloped them. A ray of light flashed. It was swift, extremely swift. It was swift to the point that even they could only sense it yet were unable to catch sight of it with their eyes. Hiss! When they recovered from their shock, their eyes instantly opened wide. It was especially so for the old man. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror, because a sword was stabbed into his chest, and heaven-rank sword intent had instantly minced his internal organs into powder. Moreover, the vitality within him was vanishing swiftly. Yang Yi was standing behind the old man. Yi Yang. Qian Yin roared furiously as he smashed his right palm forward, and it struck against Yang Ye's chest. Yang Ye's figure was like an arrow that left the bowstring as Qian Yan's attack blasted him flying. However, a ray of light flashed as Yang Yi flew, and then the old man's corpse vanished on the spot. Qian Yin was stunned on the spot, and his aura was like a storm that raged through the surroundings and destroyed it. However, he didn't dare pursue Yang Yi. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared around them and killed the old man with a single swing of his sword that had caused terror to arise in Qian Yan's heart. He was extremely terrified by it. After all, a half-saint had been killed by a monarch realm experthood, just broken through into the monarch realm. What if it was aimed at me? Some cold sweat couldn't help but appear on Qian Yan's face when he thought of that possibility, and he didn't dare continue down that line of thought, because he wasn't absolutely confident in his ability to resist it. This time, he was really quite terrified. Even until this very moment, fear still lingered in his heart. Qian Yin gazed silently at the volcanoes for a short while, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He didn't dare enter the mountain range by himself. Besides being afraid that Yang Yi would make them erupt in a suicidal attempt to kill him, he was actually most afraid of Yang Ye's ability to conceal his aura. After all, even a half-saint couldn't detect Yang Yi, and that was truly too terrifying to him. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief after he entered the mountain range and noticed that Qian Yin hadn't continued pursuing him. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. At this moment, his chest had sunken into a shocking arc. It wasn't just his chest. The dragon scales on his back were severely damaged as well. Head suffered countless attacks throughout his body during the battle with those two half-saints, and he would have been transformed into a pile of mush if his body wasn't strong. Even though he hadn't been transformed into mush, his body was covered in injuries. Moreover, he even faced issues internally, because forcefully raising his cultivation to the 9th rank of the monarch realm had caused the meridians and bones within him to be unable to support such strength, and they suffered varying degrees of damage. If it wasn't at any other ordinary time, then such injuries weren't a problem for him at all. However, had been heavily injured by two half-saints right now, so the internal and external injuries he suffered were more than just 1+1. But that wasn't the most serious problem he faced. The most serious problem he faced was that his cultivation had started to drop. The 8th rank of the monarch realm, the 6th rank of the monarch realm, the 1st rank of the monarch realm. Yang Yi sensed his cultivation was still going to continue dropping after it fell to the 1st rank of the monarch realm, and it caused his expression to change. After all, he would definitely be killed in the fire spirit race's territory if he fell below the monarch realm, because he couldn't travel through the world of lava that surrounded the fire spirit race's territory without a cultivation at the monarch realm. Moreover, how would he fight those half-saints of the fire spirit race if his cultivation fell to the exalt realm? Most importantly, how would he avenge Xiaoman? The one who'd caused Xiaoman's death was still alive right now. Yang Yi leaned against a huge rock as he flipped his palm, and a few hundred extreme-grade energy stones appeared before him. However, he felt that it wasn't sufficient, and he withdrew the water soul that the woman from the mermaid clan had given him that day. He didn't hesitate to swallow it. As soon as it entered his body, a layer of ice suddenly formed around him. Moreover, countless strands of energy dispersed out from the water soul and surged like waves through his meridians. The energy within it was very powerful, and it wasn't inferior to a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. It even seemed more powerful than 1,000-year-old fire crystal because the destructive force it created within Yang Ye's body was much more terrifying. Because it wasn't just Yang Ye's body that was covered in a thick layer of ice. Even his internal organs and meridians had started to freeze as well. If it was any other person, or even a ninth-rank Monarch Realm expert, then that person would have probably been frozen to death before that person could even absorb the energy within the Water Soul. Fortunately, Yang Ye's body, internal organs, and meridians far surpassed ordinary Monarch Realm experts. So, while the coldness created by the Water Soul made him feel extremely uncomfortable, it wasn't lethal to him. The Water Soul's energy wasn't sufficient, so Yang Yi started madly absorbing the energy within those extreme-grade energy stones. Even with the energy provided by the Water Soul and the energy stones, Yang Yi still felt his aura dropping, but it was numerous times slower than before. Another 15 minutes passed before his aura gradually stabilized. Not only did it not decline below the Monarch Realm, the energy from the Water Soul and energy stones even made his cultivation show faint signs of improving. Yang Yi finally relaxed when he sensed such a change. A day passed. Yang Yi finished absorbing most of the energy within the Water Soul, and his cultivation arrived at the peak of the first rank of the Monarch Realm. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes as a woman had appeared in front of him. Fu Jingxian, you're really quite lucky to have survived. Yang Yi didn't choose to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it wasn't a suitable time. He hadn't finished absorbing the energy of the Water Soul that remained within him, so his meridians and bones were still frozen. Even though it wasn't severe, and he could even circulate his profound energy, his meridians would definitely be damaged if he were to circulate his profound energy by force. You want to kill me? Fu Jingxian stared at him in a composed manner, and it didn't seem flirtatious as it had in the past. What do you think? Yang Yi spoke while he worked hard to absorb the energy of the Water Soul and energy stones that still remained within him. Fu Jingxian walked over and stood around 10 m away from Yang Yi. After that, she started circulating the profound energy within her, but her expression was calm. You're not a defiant profounder. Qian Mei and the others were wrong. You sound like you know who I am, said Yang Yi. She replied, according to rumor, there's a Sword Emperor on Profounder Continent. He killed Xiahou Xian, who was the 3rd on the Hallowed rankings, and even joined forces with a defiant Profounder to kill a half-saint of the Hallowed Halls, while he was still at the Exalt realm. That Sword Emperor didn't just possess tuned-level heaven-rank sword intent. Head comprehended the sword domain as well, and he possessed the Stone of Suppression. You're Yang Yi, right? The Sword Emperor, Yang Yi? No, you have another name, the Sword Demon. I feel that the Sword Demon suits you better. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he said, I didn't expect to be so famous that even people of the fire spirit race know of me. A wisp of excitement flashed through her eyes when she heard him admit it, and she said, It's really you. You're really Yang Yi. What were you trying to say? Yang Yi frowned. We can work together. Fu Jingxian continued, The Hallowed Halls are your sworn enemy, and they are my sworn enemy as well. We can work together. You're too weak. Yang Yi was very blunt. Fu Jingxian's expression changed slightly, but when she recalled how Yang Yi had fought 2 half-saints by himself, she had no choice but to admit that he had the right to say that about her. She pondered deeply for a moment before she said, I'm aware that I'm very weak, but am still qualified to work together with you. Do you know that it'll be impossible for you to escape the fire spirit race's territory without my help? Yang Yi replied, Who said I want to flee? Fu Jingxian's heart shook. After all, how could she not understand what he meant? She immediately spoke in a low voice. The fire spirit race's half-saints that are in the outside world have been notified to rush back here. One of them has already arrived, and more are on the way. You'll definitely die when that happens. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stood up slowly while the ice on him instantly shattered into tiny shards. Fu Jingxian was astounded in her heart because she hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually recover that quickly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Xiaoman is dead. Even the lives of the entire fire spirit race aren't sufficient to make amends for that. I promised her that I wouldn't kill you, so you can leave. As he spoke, Yang Yi started walking off into the distance. Fu Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief, and then she asked, "Where are you going?" "To slaughter the fire spirit race." Chapter 7:16. Stop right there. Fu Jingxian suddenly shouted, but she immediately regretted her decision. After all, the existence who stood before her was like a god of death. What would I do if he suddenly attacked because my tone displeased him? Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he turned around and gazed at her. What? Fu Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that Yang Yi had no intention to attack her, and she organized her thoughts before she said, "I know that you're very strong, but have you thought about how there are at least 3 half-saints there right now? Moreover, there might be even more half-saints on the way. No matter how strong you are, can you kill 3 half-saints on your own? Could it be that you intend to forcefully increase your strength again? Even if you dare to do it again, can you guarantee that you'll still be able to escape them?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, "That does make sense." As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Fu Jingxian gritted her teeth and followed him. Yang Yi stopped again when he noticed her following him, and then he turned around and looked at her. "What exactly do you want?" "I want to kill the members of the Hallowed Halls and fire spirit race with you." Fu Jingxian spoke with a slightly savage expression on her face. "The people of the Hallowed Halls caused my family to be destroyed and destroyed my life as well. I won't be able to die in peace without taking revenge. As for the fire spirit race, haha, not only did the fire spirit race not avenge my husband and child when they were killed by those fellows from the Hallowed Halls, they even asked me to not take revenge. For the sake of stopping me from killing the members of the Hallowed Halls, they even imprisoned me within the fire spirit race's territory. I hate them. I hate all of them." Yang Yi said, "I'm sorry for what you experienced. However, to be honest, regardless of whether it's against the hallowed grounds or the fire spirit race, you'll only be a burden to me." Fu Jingxian said, "I know I'm weak, but don't forget that I'm a woman, and am a beautiful woman. I can be your spy in the fire spirit race and help you gather information about it. Once you've dealt with the fire spirit race, take me with you to the surface. I'm able to enter the hallowed halls as well. At that time, it'll be equivalent to possessing a spy in the hallowed halls." "Are you that determined to take revenge?" He looked her straight in the eyes. She replied, "The reason I've lived in shame was for the sake of taking revenge. So long as I can do that, then I'm willing to do anything, even if I have to become a lowly prostitute." Yang Yi said, "Doing that to yourself won't allow you to take revenge. Only strength can help you, because only when you have formidable strength can you truly take revenge." She laughed miserably in response. "Do you think I don't know that? But what else can I do? My natural talent is only at a moderate level. Coupled with the fact that the fire spirit race doesn't supply me with any resources, even attaining the monarch realm was something I obtained by giving my body away over and over again. Yang Yi, you're my last chance, because if I don't have your help, then I won't be able to kill the fire spirit race or the hallowed halls. So long as you're willing to help me, then I'm willing to do anything for you in return, regardless of how disgraceful it may be." "Even giving your body away?" asked Yang Yi. She replied, "So long as you desire it, you can have it at any time." Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he said, "Go back. I'll contact you if I'm leaving this place. As for whether you can take revenge, that'll depend on your own ability. Remember that I'm only helping you because of Xiaoman." Besides Xiaoman, there was actually another reason, and it was because he understood the pain of being unable to take revenge. It was just like how he felt when he faced the Flower Palace and Origin School. It could be said that Head mostly agreed to help her because he felt sympathy for her. "I won't make you help me for nothing." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi waved his right hand once she left, and then a ray of light flashed. The sword spirit appeared before him. Moreover, the old man at the half-saint realm, who he killed with a surprise attack earlier, was by the sword spirit's side. She said, "Do you really intend to refine him into a sword servant? Even though I can do it, but you might not be able to subdue him." "How likely am I to succeed?" asked Yang Yi. She thought for a moment and said, "The probability isn't huge. The strength of a half-saint's spirit and soul are very strong, even if it's a dead half-saint. Even though you're at the monarch realm now, The gap between you and a half-saint is still very huge in every aspect. Once you fail, you might suffer backlash, and the consequences would be severe. So I have a chance? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's do it. The sword spirit glanced at him, nodded, and then formed a strange seal with her hands before pressing it down towards the half-saint's corpse. Countless threads of sword chi that were fine like the hairs of an ox flashed forward, and then they converged within the corpse. Yang Yi could sense that they were altering the corpse. Fu Jingxian was right. He couldn't fight the entire fire spirit race right now. If he were to charge over right now, then the best outcome would be that he killed countless profounders of the fire spirit race before being jointly pursued by the fire spirit race's half-saints. Presently, his sword intent had fallen to the once level of the heaven rank, and if it were to drop once more, then it wouldn't be able to affect half-saints anymore. Moreover, it wouldn't just be his sword intent that fell at that time. His cultivation would definitely drop to the exalt realm as well. After all, he didn't have any more 1,000-year-old fire crystals or a water soul. Besides that, the reason he could launch a surprise attack and kill a half-saint during a battle with two half-saints was mainly because Qian Yin and the old man weren't aware of his strength, and they were taken by surprise. Yet now, they were aware of his true strength, so it was definitely almost impossible for him to launch another surprise attack like the previous attack. In short, he couldn't act rashly if he wanted to avenge Xiao Man. An aura of viciousness couldn't help but surge from him when she crossed his mind. Qian Yin, you old dog. Just you wait. Yang Yi clenched his fists while killing intent surged within his eyes. Xiao Man had saved his life, but never had he imagined that she would have died for him before he could even repay her. He understood why Shed acted in that way, and it was probably because of guilt for misunderstanding him and attacking him. But that silly girl never realized that Head never blamed her for that. So, how would he repay her kindness? He couldn't anymore, because she was gone. His only objective now was to avenge her. Yang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the vicious aura and killing intent in his heart, and then restrained his thoughts and sat down cross-legged on the ground. After that, he withdrew over a dozen extreme-grade energy stones and started absorbing the energy within them. He was waiting for the sword spirit to complete the refinement of that corpse into a sword servant, and then he intended to give the fire spirit race a huge, pleasant surprise. The fire spirit race. Within one of its halls. What exactly happened? A white-haired old man had a livid expression as he gazed at Qian Yin. Our fire spirit race has actually lost so many members, and even a half-saint in less than 4 hours. Qian Yin, what the fuck were you doing? Qian Yin spoke with an unsightly expression. Guardian Lin, Tong Feng's granddaughter, is to be blamed for all of this. Who would have expected that she actually brought a defiant profounder back to our territory? Moreover, Tong Feng and the Grand Elder were constantly protecting that defiant profounder, Yang. That was why he had such an opportunity to take advantage of. It was all Tong Feng and his granddaughter's fault. You're saying that Tong Feng colluded with the defiant profounders? Said the white-haired old man. Qian Yin replied, even if he didn't, his granddaughter still brought a defiant profounder here, and it's a face that he protected that defiant profounder. Tong Feng can hardly absolve himself from the blame for the deaths of all who've died today. Qian Yin, that defiant profounder just broke through into the monarch realm? Meanwhile, another old man at the half-saint realm spoke abruptly. Qian Yin nodded and said, divine lightning descended from the heavens, and he was overcoming his heavenly tribulation. The old man frowned and said, that's impossible. The weakest amongst the defiant profounders is at the monarch realm. How could he possibly break through and overcome his tribulation within our territory? Qian Yin's face turned cold. Qihua, what are you trying to say? The old man called Qihua said, he might not be a defiant profounder. The white-haired old man asked, Qihua, what do you mean? Qihua spoke in a low voice. Xin Ming and another half-saint from the hallowed halls trespassed into our territory some time back. At that time, the reason they gave me was that they were pursuing an exalt realm profounder. I thought they were deceiving me and intended to use it as an excuse to enter our territory. But now it would seem like they might have been here for Yi Yang. Because if he's really as terrifying as Qian Yin said, then it would be understandable why Xianming and that other half-saint weren't able to kill him. Impossible, Qian Yin said. Why would Black Divine Lightning appear if he isn't a defiant profounder? How could his combat strength be so terrifying if he wasn't a defiant profounder? He was even a threat to half-saints like us. The white-haired old man said, even though that woman on the once position of the hallowed rankings is only at the Exalt realm. But Qian Yin, do you dare say that you're definitely able to kill her? The Nether Maiden. Qian Yin's face changed slightly because had personally witnessed how terrifying she was. After all, a half-saint had almost been injured by her during that battle. He said, I admit that some monstrous geniuses in this world really can't be judged by convention. But how could that fellow, Yi Yang, be compared to the Nether Maiden? She isn't from our world. Are you saying that Yi Yang isn't from our world as well? But is that even possible? Wait, Qihua suddenly said, Qian Yin, you said Yi Yang used the sword, and he possessed tuned-level heaven-rank sword intent? Qian Yin nodded. The white-haired old man exchanged a glance with Qihua, and then Qihua took a deep breath. I know who he is. What do you mean? Asked Qian Yin. Qihua suddenly pointed a finger at Qian Yin and roared furiously. How foolish! You and your granddaughter are fucking bastards. He isn't a defiant profounder at all. He's the Sword Emperor of the Profounder Continent, the Sword Emperor Yang Yi, who made the hallowed halls lose numerous geniuses on its hallowed rankings. Yang Yi, Qian Yin was stunned and said, how could that be possible? Isn't he on Profounder Continent? How could he dare to come here? How could he possibly? The white-haired old man said, if I'm not wrong, he is here. The reason the Hallowed Halls members were pursuing him was probably for the Stone of Suppression in his possession, because Xin Kong perished on Profounder Continent, and it was the joint forces of him and a defiant profounder that caused Xin Kong's death. So, the Stone of Suppression naturally fell into his hands. Qian Yin was stunned, and then he said, no wonder. Now wonder. I was curious why he possessed the Stone of Suppression. So he's that fellow, Yang Yi, from Profounder Continent. There was no enmity between him and our fire spirit race. Yet now, not only has our race lost so many people because of that stupid granddaughter of yours, we have a madman for an enemy. Do you know that he has another name on Profounder Continent? He's called the Sword Demon, because once he goes mad, then he fully disregards all consequences, and he wouldn't hesitate even if it would bring ruin to everyone. Qihua spoke in a low voice. Qian Yin spoke furiously. Qihua, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that it's all our fault? Is it not? Qihua spoke furiously as well. The members of the Hallowed Halls have always been despicable, so it couldn't be any better if Profounder Continent dragged them down. But your granddaughter just had to act against him, and you even killed Xiaoman who saved him. Not to mention what Tong Fan would do once he returns. Just Yang Yi is a huge problem. Could it be that our fire spirit race would fear him? Qian Yin roared with rage. It isn't a question of fear, but whether it's worth it. Qihua continued. We didn't have to become enemies with him, and we could even use him to keep the Hallowed Halls busy. But not only are we unable to use him now, we've even become irreconcilable enemies with him. That granddaughter of yours really deserves death. All right, stop fighting. The white-haired old man spoke abruptly. The important matter at hand is to figure out how to eliminate him and not engage in internal conflict. Both of them fell silent. Come, let's go search through the Inferno mountain range. Besides that, notify the other elders to return as soon as possible. We must eliminate Yang Yi, or we'll have endless troubles in the future. Chapter 717, Inferno Mountain Range. The sword spirit gazed at Yang Yi as she asked in a low voice, Are you sure you want to give it a try? Yang Yi nodded and said, A half-saint sword servant will be extremely useful to me. I have to try no matter what. She cautioned, Be careful. Give up if it's really impossible. Otherwise, it'll cause a huge amount of damage to your soul and mind. Don't worry, they'll give up if it's impossible. Yang Yi walked over to the corpse of that half-saint, and then his soul and spiritual energy transformed into rays of green light that shot into the center of the corpse's brows. As soon as they entered, An extremely powerful energy of the soul and spiritual energy surged out from within the corpse and moved along the energy of Yang Ye's soul to enter through the center of Yang Ye's brows. Yang Ye's face instantly turned ghastly pale while he was visibly in pain. Even though that half-saint was dead, the energy of his soul and spiritual energy hadn't dispersed because the sword spirit had preserved them, and it was only much weaker than it used to be, and its will had been eliminated. Even then, it wasn't something that an ordinary Monarch Realm expert could suppress. If Yang Yi was an ordinary Monarch Realm expert, then just this short period of time would have been sufficient to damage his soul and cause him to lose his mind. Regardless of whether it was the strength of his soul, mind, or will, all of them far surpassed an ordinary Monarch Realm expert because of the sword intent he possessed. That was why he could endure the impact of the half-saint's soul energy and spiritual energy. In order to truly convert the corpse into a sword servant, he had to use his soul energy and spiritual energy to form a soul and spiritual brand within the corpse. Of course, it wasn't that simple, because regardless of whether it was a half-saint or an ordinary profounder, their soul energy and spiritual energy would resist instinctively. It was a process, a painful process, especially because he was facing a half-saint. Time passed gradually just like that, and Yang Ye's countenance grew more and more paler while beads of sweat started to cover his forehead. On the other hand, the corpse was trembling slightly. Suddenly, the sword spirit's expression changed. She waved her hand lightly, and then 3 rays of light appeared below Yang Yi, the corpse, and her own feet. After that, all 3 of them vanished on the spot. Less than 3 breaths of time after they vanished, Qian Yin, Qi Hua, and Guardian Lin appeared where Yang Yi was just moments ago. The white-haired old man glanced at the surroundings, and he remained silent for a short while before he said, "Elder Yes aura, and the aura of someone who isn't human remains here. Yang Yi might have help." "He is help?" Qian Yin asked. "Is it a half-saint?" The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "I don't know. All I know is that he was able to kill Xiahou Xian, who was ranked at the 3rd position on the Hallowed rankings, was able to make Xian Ming's group be helpless against him, and was able to launch a surprise attack and kill Elder Yu. He's absolutely not an ordinary person. Besides that, we have to be especially careful against his ability to conceal his aura. Send out your spiritual energy and form a profound energy barrier around yourselves as well. Don't let him turn the tables again." Qian Yin and Qi Hua nodded. Even though Yang Yi was only at the Monarch Realm, they didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. "Split up and search for him. Don't attack once you locate him, and wait for us to converge on your location. We must strive to kill him with a single strike and give him no chance to survive. Besides that, both of you must be careful. Remember what I said." The white-haired old man's figure shook slightly before he vanished on the spot. Qian Yin and Qi Hua's figures shook and vanished on the spot as well. Within one of the volcanoes, the sword spirit brought Yang Yi and the corpse along with her and stopped on a huge rock. An expanse of surging lava resided a few kilometers below them, and surging waves of heart shot up from below. Fortunately, these waves of heat were blocked off by the sword spirit's sword energy. Suddenly, the sword spirit exclaimed softly while she looked down towards the surging lava. The lava was surging like a wavy ocean, and it ceaselessly slapped against the pitch-black rock walls in the surroundings. Moreover, some things could be faintly seen to be moving about beneath the lava. There are living beings beneath the lava. The sword spirit's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded, and then a flaming dragon that was over 1 kilometer long and completely formed from lava shot into the air. "It's at the Monarch Realm." Yang Yi opened his eyes, but the sword spirit suddenly said, "Continue what you're doing. Leave the rest to me." As she spoke, she tapped her right foot lightly against the huge rock, and then she floated up like a leaf. She seemed indescribably nimble and graceful. The sword spirit floated in midair as she gazed at the flaming dragon. She didn't seem to have moved at all, yet a sword formed from energy appeared before her. She took the sword's hilt in her fair hand, and then she spoke softly, "Mortal sword." As soon as she spoke, the sword spirit vanished along with the sword, and they transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards the flaming dragon. Yang Ye's pupils constricted because he noticed that he was actually incapable of differentiating the sword spirit from the sword in her hand. To be precise, he felt like she was the sword, and the sword was her. She had become one with her sword. Sword unification? Yang Yi watched as the ray of light collided with the flaming dragon, and merely an instant passed before the ray of light shot into the flaming dragon before emerging from its tail. The flaming dragon stopped on the spot, and a moment of silence ensued. Bang! It exploded on the spot and transformed into countless streams of lava that splashed towards the surroundings. How formidable! Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, yet the scene from before was still playing in his mind. The speed the sword spirit revealed just now wasn't inferior to his light speed technique at all, and it might even be faster. Most importantly, its might wasn't inferior to the 3-rod stage of the critical strike technique. Besides that, the sword spirit didn't possess any sword intent or profound energy, and she was merely relying on speed and strength. However, it was exactly such an attack that possessed such terrifying might. How strong would it be if I executed that with sword intent, critical strike, and light speed? He had no doubt that it would absolutely far surpass the strength of 15 overlapped heaven rends. Of course, it would be an entirely different outcome if he could overlap 20 or even more heaven rends. If he took his enemies by surprise, he could even kill a half-saint with a single strike. I should talk with her once I'm done with this. Yang Yi discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind and started to concentrate on dealing with the soul energy and spiritual energy of the corpse. The sword spirit stretched out her hand and waved it lightly. Just this casual wave of her hand caused numerous arm-thick swords to densely cover the air before her, and less than 2 breaths of time passed before almost 20,000 swords had appeared. All of them shot over to the surface of the lava before swiftly forming a circular formation that covered the surface of the lava. Suppress! She shouted lightly before pressing her hands downward. Countless rays of light erupted from within the circular sword formation, and then howls of pain instantly resounded from within the lava. The enormous figures beneath the lava charged incessantly against the sword formation, causing it to rumble. Unfortunately, it remained solid as a rock, and it wasn't long before those beings beneath the lava stopped attacking and started swimming towards the depths of the lava. The sword spirit gazed at the lava for a short while before she flicked her finger, and then a thread of sword energy which was as thin as the hair of an ox shot into the lava. Around 15 minutes passed just like that, and then she frowned slightly because it still hadn't reached the bottom. Another half an hour passed, and then her expression changed slightly because it was destroyed by a mysterious force. What's wrong? Yang Ye's voice suddenly resounded. She turned around and looked over, and she saw an old man standing by Yang Ye's side. It was exactly the old man at the half-saint realm from before. She asked, "You succeeded." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I would definitely die if I hadn't attained the monarch realm. But once I attained the monarch realm, am capable of resisting the soul energy and spiritual energy of half-saints." Of course, it was mainly because his soul and spirit both had their will eliminated. So their resistance was only instinctive, and thus it wasn't too difficult for me. That was because he wasn't very strong. She continued, "If it were your master, Elder Mu, or Lu Yin, then you would have instantly lost your mind upon coming into contact with their soul energy and spiritual energy." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and didn't continue lingering on this topic. He gazed at the lava and said, "You had a solemn expression on your face just now. Is there something terrifying beneath the lava?" She replied, "There are at least over 1,000 monarch realm beings down there, and it's very likely for half-saint realm beings to present there as well." Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. How could that be possible? Over 1,000 monarch realm experts, and even half-saints. How could the fire spirit race fear the hallowed halls if they possessed such terrifying strength? She said, "I don't know, but think about it. They would have probably been annihilated countless times in the past if they only possessed the strength you've seen on the surface. Moreover, Xin Ming's group from the hallowed halls didn't dare to trespass into their territory as well. I presume that the fire spirit race probably has some sort of trump card. That trump card might be something else, Or it might be this mountain range of volcanoes. Yang Ye's heart sank slightly. There were over 10,000 volcanoes throughout the mountain range. If every single volcano had that many experts living beneath the lava, then the fire spirit race would be truly terrifying. We must look for my main body as soon as possible, she suddenly said. I can sense that it's already on the verge of being unable to suppress the defiant profounders. Once they charge out of the seal, they might try to destroy my main body as soon as possible because it's a huge threat to them. Well, leave once Qian Yin is dead, said Yang Yi. Someone is coming. She suddenly raised her head and looked up. It's a half-saint. He'll be here in 10 breaths of time at most. Yang Yi glanced at his new half-saint sword servant, and then a wisp of ferocity appeared in his eyes, just at the right time. Chapter 7:18. 10 breaths of time later, Qihua appeared where Yang Yi was standing. He glanced at the surroundings and frowned. There was movement here just now. How could there possibly be no one here? Qihua sized up the surroundings. There was a thin layer of profound energy that formed a barrier around him. At the same time, his spiritual energy had transformed into threads that swept out from him and formed a huge defense net which covered the surroundings. So, even a being that was 100 times smaller than an ant would still be immediately detected by him. He sized up the surroundings for a while before he looked down at the lava. He fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "A battle occurred here, and it wasn't very long ago. He definitely hasn't gone far." As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted his spiritual energy and intended to leave. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because his cultivation had instantly declined to the monarch realm. In an instant, Qihua knew that had fallen into an ambush, and a circular wave of flames practically instinctively erupted from within him. The terrifying and powerful force within the flames caused the air around Qihua to be instantly incinerated, and even the space around him showed faint signs of shattering. Slash! A ray of sword energy blasted against the flames, and an explosion resounded. After that, a soft groan resounded before a figure transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished through the mouth of the volcano. Qihua was slightly stunned, and then he stretched out his palm and made a grasping motion, causing a ball of scarlet-red liquid to appear on his palm. "You really are heavily injured." Qihua instantly came to an understanding when he saw the scarlet-red liquid. After all, Yang Yi had forcefully increased his strength earlier and had even been heavily injured by Qian Yin and the old man. In other words, Yang Yi was definitely heavily injured right now. It made more sense to him the more he thought about it, and so he didn't hesitate to flash out of the volcano as well. However, he was instantly stunned upon emerging from the mouth of the volcano because there was a person standing not too far away from him, and it was Elder Yu. Moreover, Elder Yu was even holding a figure. Even though Head never seen Yang Yi in the past, Head immediately determined that it was Yang Yi, because there was fierce and sharp sword intent coming from him. "What's going on?" Qihua frowned. "Brother Yu, didn't Qian Yin say that you were dead?" Brother Yu replied, "This kid really did heavily injure me, but he wasn't able to kill me. He merely used a secret technique to restrain me with the intention of refining me into a puppet. Unfortunately, he was too conceited. Not only did he fail, he even suffered backlash from my spiritual energy. However, he was quite strong and was able to escape me. I've been looking around here for a long time, and I rushed over here when I noticed the commotion coming from here. I never expected that he would come straight at me. Is that so?" Chihua's eyes had vigilance in them as he said, "Is he dead?" The old man shook his head and said, "No. I've kept him alive as I intend to take him back." Chihui suddenly said, "Give him to me, all right?" "Of course." The old man tossed Yang Yi over to Qihua. At the same time, Qihua suddenly slapped his palm at Yang Yi. At practically the exact same moment, a ray of sword energy shot out from Yang Yi's hand and smashed against Qihua's attack. Moreover, a mysterious energy had appeared in the surroundings at the exact same moment that Yang Yi launched that attack, and it caused Qihua's cultivation to be instantly suppressed to the monarch realm. The energy palm and sword energy rumbled as they dispersed. Meanwhile, Brother Yu had suddenly attacked. He transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards Qihua. Qihua's expression changed drastically, and he said, "You're not brother Yu. Who exactly are you?" Even though he was shocked, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He smashed his palms forward, and then two brilliant torrents of flames flashed forward and instantly enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Heaven rend. As soon as Yang Yi roared that word, a beam of sword energy flashed, and it tore a huge hole within the flames before shooting straight for Qihua, who was right behind it. Yang Yi hadn't dared to hold back in the slightest, and had immediately executed 10 overlapped heaven rends in the 3-rod stage of the critical strike technique. Moreover, Head even activated lightspeed. It could be considered to be his strongest attack. Chihua's pupils constricted as he pressed his palms together before pressing them forward. An flaming energy palm flashed out and collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as both attacks exploded apart, and a powerful wave of energy swept towards the surroundings. It even blasted Qihua to the point he moved back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's half-saint sword servant appeared in front of Qihua. The sword servant didn't utilize any techniques, and it just smashed a fist down towards Qihua. At this moment, Qihua couldn't dodge at all, and he could only smash his fist forward to collide head-on with the sword servant's attack. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, Qihua was blasted flying. At this moment, he was merely at the 9th rank of the monarch realm, so how could he resist a sword saint at the half-saint realm? Die! The sword saint raised his right hand and clawed at Qihua from afar, and then an enormous claw tore through space and appeared above Qihua. After that, it clawed down ferociously. It was extremely swift, and Qianhua was unable to dodge it in his current state. He had no choice but to collide head-on with it. Fuck off! Qihua roared furiously as a strand of flames erupted out from within him. The flames started spreading in the air, and they transformed into an enormous dragon that was over 1 kilometer long. It shot into the sky and collided with the sword saint's claw. At the same time, Qihua's figure flashed backward explosively. He was very clearly aware that he wasn't a match for that half-saint puppet while his cultivation was suppressed. Moreover, Yang Yi, who could pose a threat to him, was here as well. So, Head started to retreat as soon as he had the opportunity. But he wasn't able to gain his wish in the end because a ray of sword energy had torn through the sky and instantly arrived before him when Head only just started to retreat, so he had no choice but to resist it. Fuck off! He roared furiously again while he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. The space before him instantly collapsed, and the spatial rift he created instantly devoured Yang Yi's sword energy. However, Qihua spat out a mouthful of blood as well. Meanwhile, this short moment of delay allowed the sword servant to appear before him again. At the same time, an enormous energy fist tore through space and carried terrifying force as it smashed down towards him. A ferocious expression surged onto Qihua's face. His arms shook and his sleeves shattered apart while his arms instantly turned completely red. They were like a pair of burning iron rods. Die! He roared furiously as he punched forward, and then 2 pillars of flames that were over 100 m long flashed out from his arms. The pillars of flames tore through space all along the way and smashed against the enormous energy fist. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and the space at the point of collision collapsed. Moreover, the collapsed space was spreading at an alarming speed. Less than a breath of time passed before space in an area of 300 m had collapsed. But it wasn't long before the shattered space was repaired by the energy of the laws, and it was like the destruction had never occurred. Qihua wanted to flee. Unfortunately, the half-saint sword servant was faster than him, and it locked him in battle before all sorts of attacks rained down upon him. This caused him to have no chance of fleeing. Moreover, the suppression of his cultivation made it utterly impossible for him to bring forth his full strength, so he was completely suppressed by the sword servant since the battle began. Defeat was only a matter of time to him. Yang Yi's profound energy surged madly. He was just about to attack when a ray of light flashed, and then the sword spirit took human form and appeared before him. What are you doing here? Yang Yi was puzzled. She stretched out her hand, and a sword formed in her grasp. She said, "The commotion here is too much. The other two half-saints will be here if we don't leave in the next few breaths of time." As she spoke, the sword in her hand suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling light, and then it transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Chi Hua was locked in battle with the sword servant when his expression suddenly changed drastically, and an unprecedented feeling of danger instantly swept through him. After that, a ray of light arrived before him. He instinctively raised his palms and slapped them towards it. However, hiss! The ray of light pierced through his chest. Chi Hua's figure stiffened on the spot, while the vitality within him surged out like a river. "Let's go." The sword spirit waved her hand lightly, and then Chi Hua's corpse vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all. He merely glanced at the sword spirit before he took the sword spirit and sword servant with him as he vanished on the spot. 3 breaths of time later, the white-haired old man and Qian Yin appeared where Yang Yi was just a little while ago. "Chi Hua is dead." The white-haired old man spoke in a low voice. "He had help." Qian Yin gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. The white-haired old man closed his eyes slightly and said, "One of those auras belonged to a half-saint. As for the other aura, it appeared before this. It doesn't belong to a half-saint, but it's extremely strong. We can't continue pursuing him. He has the stone of suppression and the help of 2 experts. We won't be able to do anything to him even if we're able to catch him." When he spoke up to this point, the white-haired old man opened his eyes and said, "Now, I finally understand why the hallowed halls has continuously failed to kill him. His strength isn't the main point. The most terrifying part is his natural talent. He's only around the age of 20 right now, but he already possesses such terrifying strength. Even the geniuses of the 10 nether pavilions are inferior to him, to a certain extent. If we don't kill him now and allow him to fully mature, then he'll probably become another existence like the sword sect's founding ancestor. At that time, our fire spirit race will probably suffer annihilation." Qian Yin continued, "Why don't we send some experts to Profounder Continent to grab his loved ones so that we can use them against him? Are you trying to court death?" The white-haired old man shouted, "Do you know how terrifying that half-saint on Profounder Continent is? Even the joint forces of 10 half-saints from the hallowed halls couldn't kill him. You want to head to Profounder Continent? Even the joint forces of all the half-saint elders of our race would probably be unable to harm him. Then could it be that you intend to just forget everything?" Qian Yin spoke with unwillingness. "He killed so many members of our race, and he even killed 2 of our half-saints. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely be a humiliation for our race. We're going back. Well, wait for the other elders before we act." The white-haired old man looked towards the depths of the mountain range, and then he turned around and flickered through the sky. Qian Yin clenched his fists to the point his knuckles cracked, and a savage expression arose in his eyes as he looked towards the depths of the mountain range. A short while passed before he finally turned around and left. Chapter 719. I really underestimated the strength of a half-saint. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he stood on an enormous rock and gazed at Chi Hua's corpse. Earlier, Head intended to launch a surprise attack when Chi Hua entered the volcano, but Chi Hua was too vigilant. Under such circumstances, he couldn't accomplish a surprise attack at all. However, he didn't want to give up on killing Chi Hua. So, he showed himself and clashed with Chi Hua, yet Head lost that collision. However, it was within his expectations, and thus he immediately retreated. After he left through the mouth of the volcano, Head thought that he could rely on the half-saint sword servant to take Chi Hua by surprise, but he hadn't expected that Chi Hua would be that vigilant and refuse to give him any openings. So, he had no other choice but to launch a frontal assault. However, he hadn't imagined that Chi Hua would still be able to resist the joint forces of the sword servant and himself even when Chi Hua's cultivation had been suppressed to the monarch realm. At that moment, he realized that Head really underestimated the true strength of a half-saint. The sword spirit said, half-saints are considered to be existences at the peak of this world. Even though there are differences in strength between half-saints, even the weakest half-saint isn't that easy to kill. If you don't utilize intent ignition, then you'll only be able to resist a half-saint for a while. But you'll definitely lose if the fight drags on. Even if you activate intent ignition and attain the 9th rank of the Monarch realm, it'll still be impossible for you to kill a half-saint in a head-on collision if that half-saint is fighting you seriously. Moreover, the battle will mostly end with your defeat if it drags on. Yang Yi nodded and said, I understand. There's quite a gap between me and a half-saint. I'm merely able to protect myself from a half-saint at most. She said, It's very good that you're able to realize all of that. Yang Yi suddenly asked, How strong are you right now? The sword spirit had never really fought in the past, so he didn't know how strong she was. But when she did on both occasions earlier, it allowed him to realize that she wasn't just strong, she was very strong. She replied, You can't defeat me. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Are you a half-saint? She shook her head. I'm at the Monarch realm at most. Then, she answered, How would you fight me if we fought? The Heaven Ren drawing technique? Can you execute that strongest attack of yours without me? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi fell silent because he suddenly realized that he relied too much on Heaven Ren, and he needed the ancient sheath to execute it. If he were to lose the ancient sheath in the future, then how would he fight half-saints? You possess too few sword techniques. She suddenly spoke, or I should say that you possess too few formidable sword techniques. Relying solely on Heaven Ren is insufficient in the end. You're absolutely correct. Yang Yi said, That technique you executed earlier wasn't bad. Teach it to me. She glanced at him. It wasn't that I refused to teach it to you before this, but I didn't know how to utilize it in the past. Perhaps it was because I've come close to my main body after arriving at the hallowed grounds, and it allowed a huge portion of my memories to recover. So, a few formidable sword techniques appeared within my mind. When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly asked, Do you think your attainments in the sword Tao are very formidable? Yang Yi didn't understand why she would ask such a question, but he hesitated for a moment before he said, It should be all right. She shook her head in response and said, Your path is still very long. You can only be considered to have started on the path at most. Let's put that aside for now. I'll transmit that sword technique into your mind for you to have a look. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and a ray of light shot into Yang Yi's head. A block of information appeared in his mind. Tri-Apex Sword Technique, the Mortal Sword. This technique required sword unification. The man is the sword, and the sword is the man. Make the sword a part of the body and give true life to the sword. The sword spirit said, Cultivating this sword technique will be much easier for you because your attainment in the sword Tao has fully surpassed sword unification. You only need to familiarize yourself with the circulation pathways of this sword technique and the combination of intent, energy, and spirit when executing it. You'll be able to execute it once you're done. However, you have to constantly practice it if you want it to grow stronger. Yang Yi opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and a sword appeared in high grasp. He instantly felt like the sword was a part of his body. But it wasn't long before he realized that it wasn't that simple. Because he didn't just have to attain sword unification when executing this technique, he had to circulate his spiritual energy, soul energy, sword intent, and profound energy. In short, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a few days. He asked, It's called the Tri-Apex Sword Technique, so there should be 2 more, right? Don't reach beyond your grasp. She walked over to Chihua's corpse and said, Even though it isn't very difficult for you to cultivate the mortal sword, the other 2 techniques aren't techniques that you can cultivate right now. Moreover, you don't have the time to slowly cultivate them. So just train well in the mortal sword for now. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and then rays of light entered Chihua's corpse. Yang Yi glanced at the sword spirit. He noticed that she was slightly different than before. However, even he couldn't put a finger on exactly what was different about her. It was just a feeling. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of that. Because regardless of how she changed, they were on the same boat. So he just had to be a little more vigilant. One day later, the sword spirit finished refining Chihua's corpse into a sword servant, and it was Yang Yi's turn to take control of Chihua's corpse. The fire spirit race's territory. At this moment, the fire spirit race's territory was heavily guarded. Exalt Realm experts were stationed 30 m apart while groups of 50 Monarch Realm experts patrolled through the air. At this moment, there were 4 half-saints gathered within a hall. It was Qin Yin, the white-haired old man, and both Tong Fawn and the Grand Elderhood just rushed back here. Guardian Lin, you're saying that my granddaughter was killed by that fellow, Yang Yi? Tong Fawn spoke fiercely. Qin Yin glanced at Tong Fawn, and then he remained silent. Guardian Lin spoke flatly, of course. Do you think that I would deceive you? Guardian Lin was very well aware that if Tong Fawn were to find out that Qin Yin was the one behind his granddaughter's death, then not to mention killing Yang Yi, internal strife would break out within the fire spirit race before that even happened. At that time, Yang Yi would have an opportunity to take advantage of, and it would be very bad for the fire spirit race. So, both he and Qin Yin had jointly decided to push all the blame to Yang Yi. Since 2 half-saints had jointly suppressed the information, there would naturally be no one in the fire spirit race who dared to reveal the truth. In that way, they could prevent internal strife from erupting and make Tong Fawn stop at nothing in order to kill Yang Yi. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bastard! Tong Fawn's eyes turned crimson red while the space around him surged incessantly. Yi Yang, you fucking unscrupulous animal. Xiaoman saved you and even stole my fire crystal so that you could recover, yet you actually killed her. It'll definitely burn your bones and scatter your ashes. As he spoke, Tong Fawn was about to charge out of the hall. Wait, Guardian Lin stopped Tong Fawn and said, Yang Yi possesses the stone of suppression, and he is assisted by 2 experts as well. Heading out on your own is no different than giving your life away. I summoned all of you back here because I hoped that we would join forces against him. Tong Fawn's chest rose and fell rapidly while strands of flames surged incessantly out of him. However, his eyes were covered in tears. After all, Xiaoman was his only granddaughter. Qin Yan's eyelids twitched. He knew that if Tong Fawn found out the truth, then Tong Fawn would definitely stop at nothing to kill him. While he wasn't afraid of that, he didn't want to fight someone to the death, especially at a time like this. The Grand Elder suddenly asked, that fellow, Yi Yang, is Yang Yi? Guardian Lin nodded and said, he's the Sword Emperor of Profounder Continent. Even though I heard of his name in the past, I never expected him to be such a monstrous genius to the point of even fighting half-saints at the Monarch realm. Moreover, he has 2 other experts by his side. We must be careful when dealing with him, especially because he has the stone of suppression. Should we ask the hallowed halls for help? Qin Yin suddenly said, presently, our patriarch is cultivating behind closed doors. As for the other elders, they are either recuperating or guarding the defiant profounders with the hallowed halls experts. Even though we have no need to fear Yang Yi, we must not forget that he has the stone of suppression. Our strengths would be reduced greatly while it's in his possession. No, Guardian Lin answered. Allowing the hallowed halls experts to enter our territory is no different than bringing disaster upon ourselves. That fellow, Supreme Exalt He, has been eyeing that treasure of ours for a very long time. We absolutely can't give them an opportunity or excuse. Moreover, if we seek their help, then the stone of suppression will definitely fall into their hands once Yang Yi dies. It's best for such a precious treasure to be kept within our fire spirit race's possession. Our fire spirit race has lost a huge amount of people. The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. I'm not going to ask about the course of events. All of you want to kill Yang Yi, but have all of you thought about how he was able to escape 3 half-saints while he was still at the Exalt realm? Yet now, he's at the Monarch realm. Coupled with the stone of suppression and assistance of 2 experts, do you think that we can kill him? All of them fell silent. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the hall and said, Elders, that fellow, Yang Yi, is here. Their expressions changed, and then they immediately vanished on the spot. At a vast square, Yang Yi stood there with the ancient sheath in his hand and a sword chest on his back. Su Jiqing and Qian Mei were standing in front of him, and there were over 80 Monarch Realm experts and over 1,000 Exalt Realm experts standing behind the 2 of them. Yang Yi, you actually dared to come here again? Qian Mei's arm had already recovered, and her injuries were almost completely healed. However, the injury in her heart was impossible to heal. Yang Yi paid no attention to her. It wasn't long before 4 figures appeared here. Yang Yi, you animal. They'll kill you. Tong Fan immediately burned with rage when he saw Yang Yi, and he intended to attack. However, he was stopped by Guardian Lin. Something doesn't seem right. Guardian Lin spoke in a low voice. Don't act rashly for now. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto Qin Yin in the end. Xiaoman was a member of the fire spirit race, and she was very attached to it. She would definitely be unhappy if I were to slaughter all of you. So, I'll give all of you a chance. It's actually a chance for me as well. Hand Qin Yin over, and he'll leave. Guardian Lin spoke in a low voice. What if we refuse? Are you sure? Asked Yang Yi. He replied, I am. Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand. 2 half-saint sword saints appeared as he said, then I'll bury the entire fire spirit race with her. Chapter 720. Elder Yu? Elder Qi? Guardian Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he frowned. Wait. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi while shock filled his eyes. You actually refined them into puppets. Half-saint puppets. All the half-saints here were beyond shocked. A ray of light flashed, and then the sword spirit appeared by Yang Ye's side. She said, I can keep a half-saint busy while the effect of the stone of suppression is active. Good. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp, and then an indescribable force instantly appeared and suppressed the cultivations of everyone in the surroundings. Wait. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, Tong Fan suddenly stepped forward and asked, Yang Yi, were you the one who killed Xiaoman? Why waste your breath on him? Kill him. Qin Yin intended to attack when he noticed that the situation wasn't developing in his favor. However, a strand of flames suddenly appeared before him. He turned around and gazed at Qin Fan before he spoke angrily. Tong Fan, what are you doing? Tong Fan glanced coldly at Qin Yin and Guardian Lin before he said, Guardian Lin, Qin Yin, I don't want Xiaoman to die in vain. I must get to the bottom of this. Put the interest of the whole above everything else. Guardian Lin spoke flatly. No matter who killed Xiaoman, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Tong Fan refused to back down. You don't even know who killed Xiaoman? Yang Yi laughed coldly. There were so many witnesses that day. Wouldn't you know by just asking any one of them? Tong Fan grabbed one of the profounders in the surroundings and asked, Who killed Xiaoman? I don't know. How could that profounder dare to tell Tong Fan the truth? Bang! Tong Fan clenched his hand lightly, and that profounder was instantly obliterated. Tong Fan, have you gone mad? Guardian Lin spoke angrily. Tong Fan spoke fiercely. Guardian Lin, I know my strength is inferior to you, but you better not force my hand. Otherwise, I'll take you down with me. You. Guardian Lin's beard trembled as he flared up with rage, but he didn't dare to suppress Tong Fan by force, because anyone could discern that Tong Fan was on the verge of going mad. A madman was capable of anything, especially Tong Fan, because he had nothing left to worry about. It was me. Meanwhile, Qin Yin spoke abruptly. I was right. Tong Fan clenched his fists while his aura surged violently from within him. Tong Fan, you and your granddaughter are sinners of our race. Qin Yin roared furiously. If your granddaughter hadn't rescued that fellow, Yang Yi, then our race wouldn't have suffered such losses at all. Do you know how many members of our race have died? A few hundred. How long would it take for our fire spirit race to foster then many more people? Do you know how long it would take? Tong Fan suddenly turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and said, You were saved by us, so why did you slaughter the members of my race? The Grand Elder added, I'm curious about that as well. Yang Yi glanced at the members of the fire spirit race, and then he said, I, Yang Yi, clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, and I don't offend unless I'm offended. I was overcoming my heavenly tribulation to break through into the monarch realm, but that old dog, Qin Yan's granddaughter, actually gathered over 100 experts of your race to kill me. Since they wanted me dead, I had no choice but to kill them instead. Guardian Lin spoke abruptly. No matter what, you killed a few hundred experts of our race, and you even transformed 2 of our half-saints into puppets. My fire spirit race has to avenge this enmity. So, you must die. Well said. Then let's fight. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and then he shot forward like a cannonball. At the same time, 100 swords flashed out from within him, and they transformed into rays of light that shot towards Guardian Lin and the others. Meanwhile, the half-saint sword servants behind Yang Yi were even swifter than him. They'd arrived before Guardian Lin and the Grand Elder, and they'd launched a violent attack against them. Qian Yin was about to attack when a wave of fire suddenly assaulted him from the side. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately punched the wave of fire apart. He roared furiously, "Tong Fon, what are you doing? Qian Yin, you old dog, pay with your blood." Tong Fon roared furiously as he shot towards Qian Yin. In next to no time, both of them were locked in combat. Tong Fon's sudden assault against Qian Yin, and coupled with the fact that both the Grand Elder and Guardian Lin had their cultivations suppressed, the battle showed signs of being one-sided. "Tong Fon, what are you doing?" Guardian Lin fought one of the half-saint sword servants as he shouted furiously, "Do you want us to be annihilated?" The Grand Elder spoke as well, "Tong Fon, I know you're angry, but please put the interests of our entire race above everything else. It'll help you seek justice once all of this is over. A debt of blood must be paid with blood." Tong Fon roared furiously and paid no attention to Guardian Lin and the Grand Elder. He just continued attacking Qian Yin in a desperate and insane manner. Because Qian Yin's cultivation had been suppressed, so Tong Fon was able to completely suppress him in battle. Qian Yin didn't even have the ability to retaliate, and he could only passive defend himself. "Jiqing, grandfather, and the others will lose if this continues." Qianmei spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, she was truly terrifying because that fellow before her, Yang Yi, didn't fall into a disadvantaged state even while he was in battle with her grandfather and those elders who she could only look up to. Moreover, it was even to the extent that Yang Yi had firmly gained the upper hand. Even though they were both at the monarch realm, she had to admit that she was very much inferior when compared to Yang Yi. Su Jiqing clenched her fists tightly while unwillingness filled her heart. Because while she was a monarch realm expert just like Yang Yi, she could do nothing but watch from the sidelines, and she didn't dare order the others who stood behind her to join the battle, because they would only be giving their lives away if they interfered in such a battle. Shit. Meanwhile, Qianmei suddenly cried out involuntarily. Su Jiqing raised her head, and her pupils constricted because a figure was blasted flying from the battlefield. It was Qian Yin. "You old dog. Die." As soon as Yang Yi's voice resounded, 100 swords formed a dragon of swords that emanated dazzling light as they shot explosively towards Qian Yin. "Conflagration palm." Tong Fon roared furiously, and then an enormous flaming palm that was over 300 m wide tore through space as it slapped down towards Qian Yin. "Stop him!" Su Jiqing was horrified, and she hurriedly roared with fury. Countless Exalt Realm experts didn't dare hesitate as they shot into the sky, and they executed their strongest techniques that rained down like a storm towards Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's enormous sword dragon was instantly blasted apart by their joint forces. Bang! Meanwhile, another explosion resounded. All of them looked over, and they saw that the enormous flaming palm had struck Qian Yin to the ground, but it wasn't long before Qian Yin stood up once more. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence sprayed from between his lips as he pointed his finger at Tong Fon and roared furiously, "Tong Fon, you bastard! Are you trying to become a sinner of our race?" "So what? Xiao Man was so innocent. Qian Yin, it'll eliminate your entire line once I'm done with you." At this moment, Tong Fon simply seemed as if he was possessed, and his entire mind was filled by boundless viciousness. So, he charged once more towards Qian Yin once he finished speaking. Qian Yin's pupils constricted. He felt that he would have no need to fear Tong Fon at any other time. Yet now, he was only at the monarch realm, so how could he fight Tong Fon? So, he didn't dare continue fighting and flashed off with the intention of fleeing. Ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He was just about to pursue Qian Yin, But it wasn't long before countless Exalt Realm experts stood in his way. Fuck off! Yang Yi roared furiously as swords shot forward into the crowd, and then rays of light flashed through the surroundings. Countless shrill cries resounded, and merely less than 2 breaths had passed before only a few of the Exalt Realm experts remained. After he dealt with those fellows who obstructed his path, Yang Yi looked off into the distance and saw that Qian Yin had been stopped by Tong Fan. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief and was about to launch another attack. Ah! Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded abruptly. Yang Yi turned around to look towards the source of it, and he saw Guardian Lin crashing down to the ground. We've lost a half-saint. All the experts of the fire spirit race were stunned. If it was a one-on-one battle, then Guardian Lin could be said to be the strongest amongst all the people here. However, his cultivation had been suppressed to the Monarch realm, and he was even being jointly attacked by 2 half-saint sword servants. So, he was naturally no match for them. Guardian Lin had just crashed to the ground when the sword spirit abandoned the Grand Elder, and she transformed into a ray of light that arrived in front of Guardian Lin before she took his corpse. Ignore the Grand Elder. Just kill that old dog, Qian Yin. Once they heard Yang Yi's order, the sword servants that were about to attack the Grand Elder instantly changed the direction they were moving towards and shot towards Qian Yin. Qian Yin was horrified. He was only at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm right now, so how could he resist the joint forces of 3 half-saints? However, he had no other choice because it was impossible for him to flee right now. Yang Yi, you asked for this. Meanwhile, Su Jiqing suddenly roared furiously, and then a talisman floated up into the sky. Bang! It exploded apart. Call the sword servants back. The sword spirit spoke abruptly, and her voice carried a rare trace of anxiousness and seriousness. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he didn't know why Shed acted in that way, he chose to trust her. He issued a command in his heart, and the sword servants immediately returned to him. Right at this moment, an enormous aura appeared out of thin air. Yang Yi's expression changed because it was very formidable. It could be said that it was the strongest aura head sensed from a half-saint, if Elder Mu and Lu Yin weren't included in the comparison. What's going on? Asked Yang Yi. The sword spirit replied, An expert is coming. Yang Yi asked, Is he very strong? She answered, He's weaker than your master, but not much weaker. Yang Yi was speechless. Tong Fan stopped attacking as well because he knew who was coming. It wasn't long before an old man with fiery red hair appeared here. Patriarch. All the experts of the fire spirit race bowed when they saw the old man, and even Tong Fan bowed slightly. The fire spirit race's patriarch? Yang Yi's profound energy surged violently. Chapter 721. The Patriarch of the Fire Spirit Race. Qian Yin instantly heaved a sigh of relief because he was safe now. The other members of the Fire Spirit Race felt the same as well because they didn't have to worry about being slaughtered anymore. Yang Yi and the Sword Spirit had solemn expressions on their faces. Just a glance at him allowed Yang Yi to realize that the old man wasn't someone he could fight right now, even if he had 2 sword servants at the half-saint realm and the Stone of Suppression. After he appeared here, the old man paid no attention to the surroundings, and he raised his head to look up into the sky instead. A short while passed before he frowned slightly and said, It has been a few hundred years. This time, the defiant Profounders aren't just waiting for a chance to cause trouble. They intend to swarm out completely. Meanwhile, Su Jiqing walked over to the old man and bowed. Grandpa Patriarch, Jiqing shouldn't have disturbed your closed-door cultivation, but I had no other choice. Our fire spirit race has suffered a calamity. I had no choice but to summon you and ask you to avenge the dead members of our race so that they may rest in peace. As she spoke, she started to describe Yang Yi's atrocities. Of course, she couldn't avoid exaggerating during this process. A short while passed before the old man gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's heart shook because the old man's gaze seemed like it could pierce through his entire body. Yang Yi hurriedly circulated his sword intent to form a barrier before himself. However, that feeling of being seen through still remained. Yang Yi was astounded because he realized that the old man was much stronger than had expected. A rare genius. The old man said, I intended to kill you, but I treasure geniuses. Stay and I won't kill you. Qin Yan's expression changed. Patriarch, he killed so many members of our race, and he even refined Elder Qi and Elder Yu into puppets. Qin Yan hadn't been able to finish speaking because the old man interrupted him. Qin Yan, I can accept that you have selfish motives because everyone has some. However, I really dislike it when the members of our race do things that harm other members of our race because of their own selfish motives. Yet you did exactly that. I'm not talking about Yang Yi. I'm talking about how you seized the opportunity to kill Tong Fin's granddaughter. Qin Yan's expression changed. He wanted to say something in response, but the old man waved his hand and said, It has come to pass, so it's pointless regardless of what you say. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Tong Fan, who stood at the side with a gloomy expression on his face. The old man said, Little Tong, I watched you grow up, and I understand your temper. I've never thought about asking you to give up on your revenge, but the defiant Profounders are about to emerge right now, and our fire spirit race has lost 3 half-saints now. Internal conflict can't be allowed to occur right now. So Xiaoman died in vain? Tong Fan spoke with a savage expression on his face. The old man replied, If both of you survive after the defiant Profounders are dealt with, then both of you can have a fair fight. If you die in battle yet Qin Yan survives, then I'll personally deal with it for you and avenge your granddaughter. Qin Yan's pupils constricted. A short while passed before he lowered his head slightly, and a cold glow flashed through his eyes. Tong Fan gazed at the red-haired old man for a short while before he said, Patriarch, I trust you. As he spoke, he walked over and stood behind the old man. The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi before he said, What about you? I won't become enemies with the fire spirit race if Qin Yan dies, said Yang Yi in response. Tell me what you would do if Qin Yan isn't killed, said the old man. I'm very curious as well. What would you do if I don't die? Qin Yan spoke as well. Yang Yi gazed at the old man and spoke seriously. The fire spirit race will definitely be annihilated. Qin Yan laughed with ridicule and said, You? The old man spoke as well. You don't have such strength. Haha. Yang Yi chuckled and said, I know that I'm unable to annihilate your race right now, and it's even to the extent that leaving safely will be a problem for me. At least you know the extent of your ability. Qin Yan ridiculed. Yang Yi gazed at the red-haired old man and said, You're a half-saint, a true living fossil. So all the half-saints here would definitely be unable to defeat you, let alone me. However, don't forget that I have backing as well. I presume you're aware of what happened to the members of the Hallowed Halls on Profounder Continent. Yes, I have 2 extraordinary half-saints standing behind me. They aren't at the hallowed grounds right now, but it doesn't mean that they can't come here. Yang Yi withdrew a jade slip as he spoke. Should I call them here right now, and then ask them to fight your fire spirit race to the death? I guarantee that all the members of your race whore beneath the half-saint realm will definitely be annihilated before backup from the other experts of the hallowed grounds can arrive. As he finished speaking, Yang Yi's eyes turned scarlet red while he seemed like head gone mad. The sword spirit glanced at Yang Yi, yet didn't speak a single word. Stop trying to trick us. Qin Yan spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, Then why don't you give it a try? Qin Yan was about to attack when the Grand Elder stopped him and said, The hallowed grounds sent 10 half-saints and countless monarch realm experts to the continent, and they were even led by Shin Kong, who brought the Stone of Suppression with him. In the end, Shin Kong died, countless monarch realm experts fell, and a few half-saints perished as well. However, this fellow, Yang Yi, is still alive. He isn't lying. Top-rate experts really do exist on the continent. Qin Yan's expression turned unsightly as he said, Could it be that we're going to be threatened just like that? The Grand Elder said, Let the Patriarch decide. The red-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, ID intended to spare you, so that you could be of use to me, fire spirit race. But you're too vicious and murderous. If you're allowed to live, then you'll definitely become a formidable enemy for my race. So, suppress him and put the sword servants away. Right at this moment, the sword spirit suddenly shouted. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to activate the Stone of Suppression and instantly suppress the old man to the 9th rank of the monarch realm. After that, he placed the sword servants in the primordial pagoda. At the same time, the sword spirit's voice resounded once more, sword flight. As soon as her voice resounded, a bright ball of light that was formed from swords appeared beneath Yang Yi and her feet. A ray of light flashed, and then both of them vanished on the spot. How quick! They're 500 kilometers away. The Grand Elder exclaimed with astonishment. The red-haired old man nodded and said, "It's a pretty good technique, but it's not a problem." He raised his hand and grabbed as he spoke. 500 km away. I didn't expect it wouldn't have been able to trick that old man. Yang Yi had just heaved a sigh of relief when his expression suddenly changed drastically. He turned around and saw an enormous palm tearing through space as it grabbed at him and the sword spirit. It was extremely swift to the point that only a moment passed after he laid eyes on it, and it was already in front of him. Its fingers opened wide and clawed down upon him, and the sword spirit, as if it intended to crush them into pieces. Sword flight. The sword spirit's voice resounded once more, and then they vanished on the spot and appeared a few hundred kilometers away. However, the enormous palm appeared out of thin air in the sky above them at practically the exact same moment, and it was less than 10 m away from them. Sword flight. The sword spirit's voice resounded once more, and then a ray of light flashed beneath their feet before they appeared 150 kilometers away. However, they'd only just arrived there when the enormous palm immediately appeared above them. Moreover, it was only around 5 m away from them this time. "Let me do it," Yang Yi shouted as he stretched out his hand, and the sword spirit instantly transformed into the ancient sheath and entered his grasp. After that, he condensed an intense sword, sheathed it, and drew it. Slash! In an instant, 10 overlapped heaven winds charged into the sky and crashed against the enormous palm. Bang! The sword energy instantly exploded apart. The palm shook violently and slowed down for a moment while a huge number of cracks appeared on it, but it wasn't long before it descended swiftly. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and he held the ancient sheath up to defend against it. Bang! As soon as it came into contact with the ancient sheath, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth, and the dragon scales on him instantly split apart while blood started seeping out from between the cracks. Just like that, the enormous palm smashed down on Yang Yi at an extremely swift speed. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the 2 half-saint sword servants appeared by his side before they slapped their palms against the enormous palm as well. It shook violently and then vanished. However, another enormous palm appeared out of thin air right after that, and it pressed down onto Yang Yi and the 2 sword servants again. The sword servants smashed their fists forward again, and then 2 enormous energy fists flashed forward and smashed against the enormous palm. A huge explosion resounded as the energy palms were blasted apart, and the enormous palm merely stopped for a moment before it continued its descent. Bang! Yang Yi and the 2 half-saints were slapped deep into the ground. As soon as the enormous palm dispersed, a ray of light suddenly shot out from beneath the ground and vanished into the sky. It entered into the nearby world of lava. The red-haired old man who still resided at the territory of the fire spirit race frowned and said, "He was actually able to endure an attack of mine. What a formidable physical body. He possesses heaven-rank sword intent, combat strength that far surpasses his peers, and a physical body comparable to a half-saint while he's only so young. Allowing you to live will only create a potential threat." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and he vanished before all the other experts of the fire spirit race. It wasn't long before the old man arrived at the world of lava. However, his brows knit together before Yang Yi had vanished without leaving a trace of his aura behind. Qian Yin and the others appeared by his side after a little while passed. An expert has executed a secret technique on him, and it has concealed his aura. The red-haired old man spoke in a low voice. That person who did it is extremely strong. Looks like he really wasn't lying. There's an extremely terrifying existence on the continent. His voice carried a rare trace of solemnness. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" asked Qian Yin. Forget it, the red-haired old man said. Let him leave. I presume he wouldn't dare to enter our territory again. We're letting him go just like that? Qin Yin was clearly quite unwilling. Do you want me to waste my time on pursuing a monarch realm profounder? The old man glanced indifferently at Qin Yin, and then he said, Dispatch our forces to guard this place. Don't allow anyone to enter this world of lava. As he spoke, he turned around and vanished before their eyes. While Qin Yin was unwilling to let Yang Yi go, he had no other choice because he didn't dare to pursue Yang Yi on his own. Once the old man left, the lava nearby suddenly started moving, and then Yang Yi and the sword spirit walked out from there. However, Yang Yi's injuries were quite heavy right now, because his entire body was covered in blood as if he was made of it. Let's leave, said the sword spirit. Yang Yi shook his head in response. The sword spirit continued, We won't be able to fight them if they are to turn back right now, and it's especially so for that red-haired old man. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, How can we just leave after suffering such a loss? I've said that I would make the fire spirit race pay their debt with blood. You can't fight him, said the sword spirit. I can't fight them in the open, so we'll do it from the shadows. Yang Yi said, Come, let's attack again. Chapter 722. You'll be giving your life away if you head over in your current state. The sword spirit stood in his path and pointed at him. Your internal organs have moved from their right positions, and they are even damaged. Moreover, practically all your profound energy has been exhausted. How will you avenge Xiaoman if you return now? I refuse to leave just like that. Yang Yi clenched his fists. Every time he thought about how Xiaoman died for him caused him to feel like something was about to charge out from within him. It was killing intent, and it was rage as well. The sword spirit said, I know that, but you should let your body recover even if you want to take revenge, right? Yang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the killing intent and rage in his heart, and said, You're right. I can't be impulsive. The most important thing is to recover for now. Only by recovering to my peak would I have a chance to avenge Xiaoman. Yang Yi blasted the nearby lava away and sat cross-legged in midair before he withdrew some extreme-grade energy stones to start recuperating. A ray of light flashed. The two half-saint sword servants appeared in front of Yang Yi, but they weren't on their feet. The sword spirit said, They suffered that red-haired old man's attack just now. While they haven't been completely destroyed, they are heavily injured, and they won't be able to fight for some time. What I'm trying to say is that the red-haired old man is very strong, and you might not be able to escape with such ease next time. Yang Yi said, But if I leave just like that, then what about taking revenge for Xiaoman? It's never too late for a noble man to take revenge, but I'm no noble man. I'm a petty person. I want to take revenge as soon as possible. She replied, But you don't have the strength to do that right now. Yang Yi said, Who says that I don't? I admit that I really can't fight them in a frontal assault, but what if I launch sneak attacks? The sword spirit replied in a low voice, You might die, but have you thought about how? Xiaoman is already dead? Said Yang Yi. The sword spirit gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she waved her hand. The spatial rings worn by the two half-saints instantly flew over to her palm, and she said, There are a total of 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals within their spatial rings. It should be helpful to you. I was too impatient earlier and forget about their spatial rings. Yang Yi took the rings and glanced at their contents. Besides 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals, there were many other fire crystals scattered within them. All of the fire crystals were over 100 years old, and some were even around 500 years old. Absorbing the energy within these fire crystals is sufficient for you to attain the 5th rank of the monarch realm. She said, However, I don't recommend that you do that, because your mental state wouldn't be able to keep up, and the rise of your cultivation will cause huge latent problems to appear within you. You can choose to advance to the 2nd rank of the monarch realm for now, and then slowly accumulate your strength for your next advancement. Once you've gained a certain level of experience and strength, you can absorb another 1,000-year-old fire crystal to charge into the next rank. All right. Yang Yi swallowed one of the 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and then started to absorb the energy emanated from it. One day later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then explosive cracking resounded like firecrackers throughout his entire body. I'm finally at the second rank of the monarch realm. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he glanced at the two half-saint sword servants who stood before him. Their injuries were almost completely healed now because had allowed them to absorb a 1,000-year-old fire crystal each. Not only had they recovered with the help of the 1,000-year-old fire crystal, they were even slightly stronger. Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly spoke. I've finished refining Guardian Lin's corpse. You can take control of him now. Yang Yi nodded in response. The fire spirit race. At this moment, its defenses were much more relaxed because their patriarch had emerged from his closed-door cultivation. A group of profounders from the fire spirit race were gathered in a room, and they were discussing something. I heard the patriarch killed Yang Yi with a single slap of his palm. What a pity. The patriarch should have captured him, extracted his soul, and sealed his soul beneath the ground. That way, he would suffer being burned all day and night, and living would be worse than death. That damnable bitch, Xiaoman, should suffer the same fate. It was all her fault. If she didn't bring that madman back to our territory, our race wouldn't have lost so many people at all. Elder Qian killed that damnable bitch just like that. She really got off easily. She should have had her soul extracted and tortured as well. Both of them deserve death. Especially that bitch, Xiaoman. My older brother wouldn't have been killed by Yang Yi if it wasn't for her. That damnable bitch really deserves death. All of them deserve death. It's not like we don't have the opportunity to take revenge. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the side. They looked over to the source of the voice. Qianmei? Jiqing? Someone exclaimed with surprise. Qianmei and Jiqing walked over to them, and then Qianmei spoke coldly. Yes, Yang Yi is a monstrous genius, and he was very strong. But so what? Wasn't he still smacked to death by the patriarch? Even though he's dead, he still has a younger sister and wives on profounder continent. Jiqing glanced at Qianmei while her brows knit together slightly, but she didn't say anything, because only she and Qianmei knew that Yang Yi was actually alive. The reason they said he was dead was merely because they wanted to calm the rage of the fire spirit race's members. Profounder continent? One of them frowned. Qianmei, are you talking about that abandoned place? Qianmei nodded and said, I've investigated and found out that he has a younger sister and wives at the abandoned place. If we were to capture those loved ones of his, and then torture and humiliate them to death, don't you think that Yang Yi wouldn't be able to rest in peace? She was filled with both terror and hatred towards Yang Yi because she had suffered unprecedented humiliation from him. So long as Yang Yi was still alive, she would never be able to be at ease. All right, well, make his younger sister and women live in disgrace. No, we must make everyone related to him suffer inhumane torture and make Yang Yi unable to rest in peace. Come, let's head to Profounder Continent. All of you won't have the chance to do that. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Su Jiqing reacted very quickly, and she was horrified as she roared furiously. It's Yang Yi. He's back. Everyone. It was too late because a ray of light flashed. It was swift, extremely swift. It was simply swift to the point it seemed like it was an illusion. The bodies of a few dozen members of the fire spirit race stiffened on the spot. Hiss. Their heads instantly flew into the air while fountains of blood sprayed from their necks. Ah! Qianmei was stunned, and then a shrill cry of extreme horror resounded from her. Meanwhile, a figure appeared in front of her. You. She was just about to say something, but only an instant passed before her voice stopped abruptly. The figure vanished, and a slight breeze brushed by from the figure's movement, causing Qianmei's head to roll off her neck. In next to no time, only Su Jiqing remained here. A ray of light shot extremely swiftly towards her. However, it suddenly changed its trajectory and shot towards the left. Only an instant passed before the ray of light vanished, and then 3 old men appeared there. It was the red-haired old man, Qian Yin, and the Grand Elder. The red-haired old man glanced at the surroundings, and a wisp of rage flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the corpses which covered the ground. He said, Good. Very good. I really underestimated how brave you are. Not only have you not fled, you even attacked my fire spirit race again. Good. Very good indeed. His aura has vanished, said the Grand Elder in a low voice. Chinmei. Suddenly, a furious howl that sounded like the roar of a wild beast resounded. Qian Yan's entire body trembled violently as he gazed at Qian Mai's headless corpse, and then a violent and vicious aura surged out from within him. Yang Yi, it'll kill you. It'll definitely kill you. It'll definitely kill you. Qian Yan's voice resounded throughout the surroundings, and then he transformed into a ray of fiery light that shot towards the distance. Patriarch. A wisp of worry flashed through the Grand Elder's eyes when he saw Qian Yan act like a madman. Follow him, said the old man. The Grand Elder nodded, and then he hurriedly chased after Qian Yan. Grandpa, he's too strong. Meanwhile, Su Jiqing spoke abruptly. She had practically been unable to react before everyone around her, including Qian Mei, were killed just now. Moreover, she would have probably perished as well if the red-haired old man and the others hadn't arrived on time, because she didn't have any confidence in being able to resist that ray of light which was shot at her. He's really not bad, the old man said. Qian Yan was really wrong this time. He really shouldn't have killed Xiaoman and offended that fellow, Yang Yi, because of his own selfish motives. Our fire spirit race has lost more people in this incident than it has in the last 100 years. Su Jiqing said, I've utilized the Joint Intelligence Network to investigate him. He's a madman, a complete and utter madman. He always annihilated all his enemies, and he usually does it while disregarding the consequences. With his character, he wouldn't hesitate to do as he said and slaughter our entire race if he had the ability. He won't have the chance. The red-haired old man closed his eyes slightly and said, Send my orders for the other 4 guardians to abandon their current tasks and return immediately. The seniors are suppressing the defiant profounders. Su Jiqing hesitated and said, If they return now, then the hallowed halls will definitely. They'll deal with the hallowed halls, said the old man. Su Jiqing suddenly said, Grandpa, even your strength isn't sufficient to deal with that fellow. Yang Yi? The old man replied, He'll definitely die in a head-on battle. However, I'm not his current target, and the other half-saints aren't as well. His current targets are the ordinary profounders of our race. Moreover, a supreme expert has executed a secret technique on him to conceal his aura, so even I can't sense his aura. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable and shrill cry resounded from afar. It was Qian Yan's voice. The old man's expression changed slightly as his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Chapter 7:23. The red-haired old man floated in midair while the Grand Elder and Qian Yan stood before him. At this moment, Qian Yan's left arm was gone, and the cut on his shoulder was flat like a mirror while blood was still dripping down from it. There wasn't that much rage and resentment on his face anymore because it was mostly replaced by fear and terror. He has gotten stronger. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. Moreover, he has that mysterious woman and 2 half-saint realm puppets by his side. Qian Yan might have died if I was just a little later. The old man glanced at Qian Yan and said, with the stone of suppression in his possession, a few half-saints aren't a threat to him at all. Give up on pursuing him for now, and order all the members of our race to return. You 2 start patrolling with Tong Fon instead, and don't give him any chances to slaughter anyone else while we wait for the 4 guardians to return. When he spoke up to this point, he looked towards the distance and said, Let me see how he annihilated my fire spirit race. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure exploded apart, and then countless strands of flames shot towards the sky like fireworks before they surged off in all directions. Divine flame clones. The Grand Elder's expression changed slightly as he said, According to rumor, the divine flame clone technique can be used to split one's consciousness into a myriad of strands of divine flames. Every single strand of divine flame is like a clone, and every single clone has half the strength of the main body. I never expected that the Patriarch would have actually cultivated it successfully, but half his strength. So long as any one of the Patriarch's clones locate him, then the patriarch would be able to instantly combine all the clones. Qian Yin spoke abruptly in a low voice. He'll definitely die if he's found. Have you ever regretted it? The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. After all, if Qian Yin had been able to slightly restrain himself and not bully the weak, then perhaps all of this wouldn't have occurred. I do. I regret I didn't kill him right away. What a pity. Yang Yi shook his head within one of the volcanoes on Inferno Mountain Range. Earlier, had almost killed Qian Yin, but the Grand Elder had rushed over and forced him to retreat immediately. Because once he was locked in battle and the red-haired old man was allowed to rush over, then it might be he who died in the end. The sword spirit who stood beside him was just about to say something when her expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Hide!" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he didn't hesitate to issue a command in his heart and hide in the primordial pagoda with the sword spirit. Right after they'd just entered the primordial pagoda, over a dozen strands of flames suddenly entered the volcano, and they circled around the area before they left. Yang Yi and the sword spirit left the primordial pagoda once those flames left. What was that? Yang Yi frowned. She pondered deeply for a moment before she answered him. It should be a clone technique. You would definitely die if you were noticed just now, because he would definitely be able to arrive here in an instant once they detect your presence. You're absolutely not a match for him now, even if you include me and the other 3 half-saint sword servants. He's just like your master. He isn't an ordinary half-saint at all. He's very strong indeed. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He had no doubt that even if the red-haired old man wasn't as strong as Elder Mu, the old man was absolutely not much weaker than Elder Mu. In any case, the old man was absolutely not someone he could fight right now. What do you intend to do right now? Asked the sword spirit. Cultivate. At this moment, Yang Yi understood that while his strength wasn't bad, it was still too weak when he faced a true living fossil. Moreover, the area outside would definitely be heavily guarded, so it wouldn't be suitable for him to head over and kill again. She said in response, "I'll guide you." Yang Yi glanced at her and was slightly stunned. She asked, "Am I not qualified enough?" Yang Yi shook his head. "You absolutely surpass me if it's in terms of attainments in the Sword Tao. I'm naturally exceedingly happy that you're willing to provide me with guidance." The sword spirit said, "Your strongest sword technique is Heaven Rend. If you go all out, you should be able to instantly overlap 12 Heaven Rends. 12 Heaven Rends enhanced by the critical strike technique and light speed would definitely be able to instantly annihilate Monarch Realm experts, and it could even instantly kill 9th rank Monarch Realm experts. If we include the Stone of Suppression, there's practically no one beneath the half-saint realm who can kill you." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she continued, "However, practically all your enemies are half-saints now, and your Heaven Rend is quite insufficient against them. Even if you utilize the Stone of Suppression, a half-saint that has been suppressed to the Monarch Realm would still maintain their combat instinct and grasp the laws. You've killed 2 half-saints, but ask yourself if you are confident in your chances of winning in a fair fight." Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he shook his head. Qihua had almost escaped even when he joined forces with a half-saint sword servant that day. If it was a one-on-one battle, then it would mostly end with his loss. Even if he relied on his sword intent and physical body to avoid defeat, he would be absolutely incapable of harming Qihua. The sword spirit continued, "Unfortunately, I would be able to let you know about the true way to utilize the sword domain if I'm able to truly recover my memories. If that happens, then you would absolutely be able to protect yourself even if you can't defeat that red-haired old man. As for the other half-saints, you would definitely possess the ability to kill them even in a head-on battle." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "Don't worry, they'll rescue your main body as soon as possible once we're done here." He was irritated by his issues with the sword domain as well, because as his strength grew incessantly, he even felt that the sword domain was quite useless. Head tried to study it, but besides the ability to suppress his enemy's speed and strength, he wasn't able to notice anything else that was special about the sword domain. However, the sword spirit and those geniuses on the hallowed rankings said that it was extremely formidable. So, he felt like he possessed a billion in a safe, yet didn't have the combination for it. The sword spirit nodded and continued, "You have 2 weak points right now. The one sees your cultivation is lacking. Even though there seems to be no difference between experts at the 1st rank or 9th rank of the Monarch realm to you, the gap is actually very huge. If you are at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm right now, then you wouldn't be incapable of fighting back even if you're no match for that red-haired old man. However, you can't rush when it comes to the improvement of your cultivation. It's something that should be completed naturally. The tuned weak point is your sword techniques. You have too few of them. So, your main objective right now is to completely master the mortal sword of the tri-apex sword technique. It's best if you're able to merge your sword intent, light speed, and critical strike with it. Only then would you be able to pose a threat to a half-saint in a head-on battle." Just like that, the sword spirit started to provide Yang Yi guidance as he cultivated within the volcano. During this period, the red-haired old man's clones had searched through the volcano. However, the sword spirit notified Yang Yi in advance, so he was able to avoid them safely. On the other hand, his master of the mortal sword grew better and better with the sword spirit personally guiding him and demonstrating it to him. The fire spirit race. The red-haired old man sat upright on the antique wooden armchair at the center. Qin Yin, Tong Fun, and the Grand Elder were on his left while 4 red-robed old men were on his right. All of them were half-saints. If the red-haired old man was included, then there were 8 half-saints gathered in the hall. "I've searched the entire area." The old man spoke in a low voice, but am still unable to find him. The Grand Elder asked, "Could he have left?" The red-haired old man shook his head and said, "That's not very likely. He attacked our race once more that day, so how could he possibly leave without accomplishing his objective? But his aura has been concealed and coupled with the fact that he seems to possess some sort of advanced concealment technique. Even I am unable to locate him unless he shows himself." The red-haired old man's voice carried a trace of helplessness and coldness. For the very first time, he was actually helpless against a Monarch realm profounder. If news of this were to spread, then he wouldn't be the only one to be disgraced. Even the entire fire spirit race would lose face as well. The old man continued, "He's like a volcano that's waiting to erupt while he hides like this, and he might cause our fire spirit race to suffer horrible losses at any moment. So, we must drag him out of hiding and annihilate him." "Patriarch, even you aren't able to sense his aura?" It was the red-robed old man who led the group of 4 on the right that asked this question. The red-haired old man shook his head. "That person who concealed his aura for him is much stronger than I am. And that's probably not the only reason. The profounder continent isn't as weak as we imagined. This time, our fire spirit race can be said to have stood on opposing sides of profounder continent, just like the hallowed halls. Moreover, the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. The future is truly worrying. We can't just wait for him to show himself anymore." The red-robed old man who spoke earlier spoke in a deep voice. "That kid is a madman. He'll definitely only show himself when he's confident in his ability. Of course, it's impossible for him to assassinate us. However, he'll definitely attack the other members of our race. So, are we really going to do that?" Another red-robed old man said, "For the sake of a Monarch realm profounder? He isn't an ordinary Monarch realm profounder." The red-robed old man who was the first to speak earlier stated, "He must die, and we must obtain the stone of suppression that he has with him." The red-haired old man nodded, and then he stood up and said, "Then it's decided." All of the others here stopped hesitating and nodded. Within the volcano, Yang Yi was cultivating when the space before him suddenly trembled, and then Fu Jingxin's voice appeared in his mind, "Leave quickly." The Patriarch and the others intend to activate the Hellfire Formation. It's a formation that covers this entire underground world. So long as they stand within the central pivot of the formation, then everything enveloped by the formation will be within their grasp. You won't be able to hide from them anymore. Chapter 7:24. Yang Ye's face fell. If it really was as Fu Jingxian had said, then not to mention avenging Xiaoman, even his own survival would be a problem. He could hide in the primordial pagoda, but what if they didn't deactivate the Hellfire Formation? Could he just stay within the pagoda forever? Moreover, Hiding in the pagoda wasn't absolutely safe either. Let's go. We'll still be able to escape if we leave now, said the sword spirit in a low voice. Yang Yi clenched his fists. He was truly unwilling to leave just like that. If we don't leave now, then why might not be able to leave anymore? The sword spirit continued. There are at least 5 half-saints amongst the fire spirit race's forces right now. Coupled with that red-haired old man, even your master may not be able to do anything to them. Even though you can execute the mortal sword now, to be honest, you'll definitely die once they locate you. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he suddenly looked downwards. This mountain range is made up of over 10,000 volcanoes, and endless lava and terrifying beings reside beneath the volcanoes. Do you think we would be able to drown the fire spirit race if we make all of these volcanoes erupt? The sword spirit's eyelids twitched. But have you thought about how we would make them erupt? Moreover, how would you escape even if you make them erupt? Who said we have to do it ourselves? Said Yang Yi. She frowned. You intend to use the sword servants? Are you really willing to lose half-saint sword servants? Why not? Yang Yi said, there are so many half-saints outside there. Why would I fear losing some now? She glanced at him and said, at least 2 half-saint sword servants will have to detonate themselves in order to make these volcanoes erupt, and it should be sufficient to make all of them erupt. Once that happens, even if it can't drown the entire fire spirit race, it'll be able to drown at least 3/4 of it. If the beings beneath the lava aren't under the fire spirit race's control, then the fire spirit race will be destroyed. Then let them be destroyed. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. There's a problem. She continued. Making these volcanoes erupt represents that we have to leave 2 half-saint sword servants in Inferno Mountain range. With the strength that red-haired old man possesses, Hell be able to notice them immediately once they leave your side, and Hell be able to arrive here instantaneously. That's easy, Yang Yi said. So long as I show myself at the same time, then Hell definitely come to kill me first. So long as he does that, then we would have one. She warned. You're playing with fire. He replied. It's not the first time anyway. She said. Then it'll go mad with you this once. In a hall within the fire spirit race's territory, the red-haired old man and the other 7 half-saints were about to activate the Hellfire formation. Suddenly, all 8 of them raised their heads and gazed towards the same direction. He's here. One of them spoke these words before all 8 of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot swiftly towards the world of lava that led to the surface, and he was extremely swift. Head merely utilized a few breaths of time to rise up from Inferno Mountain range and arrive before the world of lava. However, 8 old men tore through space and obstructed his path when he was just about to enter the world of lava. Isn't it too late to try and leave now? Qian Yin spoke ferociously. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed over from afar, and the sword spirit appeared by Yang Yi's side. Is it done? Asked Yang Yi. She nodded in response. No one will be able to save you today. The red-haired old man raised his hands, and then a cage that was formed from flames instantly appeared around them. It wasn't very big, but it trapped everyone here. Qian Yin said, Don't worry, Yang Yi. We won't let you just die. We'll allow you to experience all the methods of torture that exist in this world, and we'll make living worse than death for you. Moreover, we'll head to Profounder Continent, capture everyone related to you, and then humiliate them in front of you. No, that's far from sufficient. If you have a son, we'll make him live his life as a flameling. It'll be even better if you have a daughter, because it'll make her become a whore right in front of your eyes. It'll make you and everyone related to you become the most miserable people in the world. Yang Yi paid no attention to Qian Yin. He flipped his palm, and an intense sword condensed in his grasp. He glanced at the 8 half-saints who stood before him and said, I said that I would make the fire spirit race pay a price I'll never be able to bear because of what that old dog, Qian Yin, and his granddaughter did. Those people I killed before this were only the beginning. You won't have another chance, said the red-haired old man. Have all of you enjoyed fireworks in the past? Yang Yi spoke abruptly. The red-haired old man frowned while an extremely bad feeling appeared in his heart. I've prepared grand fireworks for your entire race. Come, Let's enjoy it together. Yang Yi chuckled as he issued a command in his heart. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two resounding explosions erupted from over 500 kilometers away, and it caused the entire ground to quake. At this moment, all the profounders of the fire spirit race sensed the tremors, and they practically simultaneously flew up into the air before they gazed towards the source of the explosion with shock in their eyes. However, that was only the beginning. Rumble, rumble. Endless rumbling resounded after those two explosions, and the sound of rumbling instantly enveloped the entire territory of the fire spirit race. The endless rumbling was like thunderclaps that shook comparatively weaker members of the fire spirit race to death. At the same time, over 10,000 pillars of fire that were over 30 kilometers wide shot into the sky at the exact same moment that the rumbling began. In just an instant, the entire territory of the fire spirit race was covered in the smoke and ash of volcanic eruptions, and the entire sky turned dark. Their entire territory started to quake while countless torrents of lava, smoke, and ash shot through the sky like fireworks. Moreover, the waves of heat within them even caused some of the fire spirit race's profounders who were near Inferno mountain range to be instantly suffocated to death. Lava surged out in torrents, and shrill cries resounded incessantly. It was like doomsday had really arrived. Inferno mountain range. All 8 of the half-saints here turned pale, and even the red-haired old man was no exception. All of you go save the others. Save as many as you can. Don't fight the beings within the lava. The red-haired old man clenched his fists while a formidable aura surged out incessantly from within him. Even his voice was trembling slightly right now. Let's go. The Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately tore through space and charged towards the lava and smoke. Were the fireworks enjoyable? Yang Yi grinned. The red-haired old man took a deep breath and said, "Those beings beneath the volcanoes don't belong to my fire spirit race. They are beings that were formed within the lava through countless years of time. Most of them don't possess any intelligence, and they only know how to kill and destroy by instinct. You've released them when the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. Do you know what consequences that would bring about?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Does it have anything to do with me?" At the same time, his profound energy had started to surge. The old man's face twitched, and he spoke word by word. "They'll kill you today, even if you run to the ends of the world." As soon as he finished speaking, bang, a stream of flames suddenly erupted from him, and it was like the eruption of a volcano. It emanated a terrifying aura of obliteration. At practically the exact same moment, Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression and suppressed the old man's cultivation before he joined forces with the sword spirit to tear a gap in the cage of flames that surrounded them. After that, the sword spirit hurriedly executed her sword flight technique. A torrent of flames instantly arrived where they stood right after they just vanished. At the same moment that Yang Yi and the sword spirit vanished, a muffled groan resounded, and it was clearly Yang Yi's voice. "Yang Yi, you won't be able to escape today." The old man's figure transformed into a torrent of flames that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi and the sword spirit raised their speed to their limits as they traveled through the world of lava. Everywhere they passed, sword energy raged through the surroundings and tore the lava apart. However, the red-haired old man was following closely behind them. "This won't work for long. Do you have any other ideas?" Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Mage Force shield appeared in his grasp. Even though the old man was suppressed to the 9th rank of the Monarch realm now, his strength was still stronger than an ordinary half-saint. Fortunately, the suppression from the Stone of Suppression caused the old man to be slowed down significantly, so the sword spirit and Yang Yi weren't completely without a chance to escape. "You block his attacks while we flee out of this world of lava. I can't raise my speed to its max while we're surrounded by the lava here, but he doesn't suffer any obstruction at all. So, we'll only have a chance of escaping him if we get out of here." The sword spirit executed the sword flight technique again while she spoke, and then both of them vanished on the spot. But it wasn't long before the red-haired old man appeared behind them again. Bang! Meanwhile, a pillar of flames flashed forward and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with it. His profound energy surged into the Mage Force shield as he raised it to block the pillar of flames. Bang! The impact of the collision blasted both Yang Yi and the sword spirit over 1 kilometer away. Because he suffered the brunt of the force, he felt like he'd been rammed by a mountain. His entire body felt sore and hurt, whereas the sword spirit was in a comparatively better state as she was behind him. They'll definitely kill you even if you run to the ends of the world. The old man's voice resounded by their ears, and it caused their expressions to change slightly. They were just about to dodge, but an expanse of flames instantly enveloped them. OM! A ray of light shot up and tore the flames apart, and then both Yang Yi and the sword spirit transformed into rays of light that shot towards the distance. We can't go on like this. Yang Yi's voice carried extreme seriousness, and there was even a thread of blood on the corner of his mouth. Bang! Suddenly, the lava in the distance was suddenly torn apart, and then a black-robed figure appeared in front of them. Yang Yi and the black-robed figure were both stunned. "It's you." Both of them spoke the same words at the same time, and both their voices carried pleasant surprise. The black-robed figure was Qin Bufan. "Help me for a moment. Use your stone of suppression and join forces with me to kill those dogs that are behind me." Qin Bufan's voice carried a trace of excitement. "Those dogs have been fucking chasing me for days without stopping for a moment. They'll finally be able to get my revenge today." "You're being pursued? How many half-saints are there?" asked Yang Yi. "Around 10. Qin Bufan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. With the stone of suppression on our side, we can kill them while we run." Yang Yi's heart sank, and he said, "I'm being pursued as well." Qin Bufan was slightly stunned, and he said, "Don't tell me that it's another 10. Yang Yi replied, "It's only 1. What's there to fear if it's just 1? Fucking kill him." Qin Bufan spoke heroically. Meanwhile, the red-haired old man just happened to arrive behind Yang Yi and the sword spirit. A defiant profounder. The old man immediately frowned when he saw Qin Bufan. "Just him?" Qin Bufan pointed at the red-haired old man and said, "I'll deal with him for you." As he spoke, his figure shot explosively towards the old man. Bang! A figure was blasted flying. It was Qin Bufan's figure. "Fuck. Yang Yi, just go. I don't know you." Qin Bufan's voice carried a trace of pain. Chapter 725. It wasn't long before those half-saints who were after Qin Bufan arrived here, and it was Xian Ming who led the group. Just like that, Yang Yi, Qin Bufan, and the sword spirit were surrounded. "Yang Yi, it's you." Xian Ming's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw Yang Yi, because he hated Yang Yi much more than he hated Qin Bufan. 10 half-saints. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, "Qin Bufan, you bastard. Why did you come to the fire spirit race's territory? Even if you did, why bring 10 half-saints with you? What terrible misfortune to have encountered you." He was extremely happy when he met Qin Bufan just now because even if they couldn't defeat the red-haired old man, their joint strength would be sufficient to keep them alive and well. But he hadn't expected that Qin Bufan had brought 10 half-saints with him, and an old enemy of his was amongst them. "What a bastard. You are the true bastard. I shouldn't have come with you to the hallowed grounds. I've been pursued all day and night lately, and I haven't even had the time to drink a mouthful of water." Qin Bufan continued, "I'd thought of fleeing to the fire spirit race's territory to shake off those dogs of the hallowed grounds. But I never expected that I would encounter you again. Encountering you isn't the problem. The problem is that you've offended such an old half-saint. Motherfucker. What the fuck did you do here to actually make such a living fossil pursue you?" Qin Bufan was very happy as well when he met Yang Yi because Yang Yi had the stone of suppression. So, their chances of escaping would be much higher. But he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would have offended such a half-saint. After all, it was an existence who could fight 10 half-saints on his own. Nothing much. I just slaughtered the fire spirit race. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Qin Bufan was slightly stunned, and then he gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. "You're great. Don't worry, they'll bury you if I'm lucky enough to escape today." Yang Yi said, but it looks like you won't have the chance to escape. Qin Bufan gazed at the red-haired old man and said, "Revenge for a crime should be sought from the one who committed the evil. I didn't slaughter your fire spirit race, so it isn't related to me at all. What do you think?" He was confident in his ability to break out of this encirclement if the red-haired old man didn't act against him. The old man replied calmly, "Everyone has the responsibility to annihilate the defiant profounders." Qin Bufan nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Actually, I think we should work together, right? Do you have a choice?" asked Yang Yi. "Let's be fair. You offended that red-haired old man, so you should deal with him." Qin Bufan continued, "He'll deal with the experts that I offended as well, all right? Shut up." Meanwhile, Xianming suddenly shouted, "Qin Bufan, Yang Yi, do both of you really think that you're half-saints? Both of you can dream of escaping today even if you're half-saints. Shut up my ass. Why the fuck are you butting in while I'm talking?" Qin Bufan's figure flashed, and he transformed into an arc of light that shot towards Xianming. "I only need to blow a mouthful of air out to kill an old dog like you." Rumble. But it didn't take long for Qin Bufan to return to Yang Ye's side again. It couldn't be helped. Had only just attacked when the 10 of them joined forces against him. While he was strong, it was impossible for him to resist the joint forces of 10 half-saints. Or it should be said that it was very amazing that he hadn't been instantly annihilated. "There are too many of them." Qin Bufan shook his head and said, "But it's fine because he'll have help soon. Think about how to escape first," said Yang Yi. Based on their current strength, it was definitely impossible for them to defeat such a force. Not to mention defeating such a force, even escaping was a huge problem. The red-haired old man, Xianming, and the others didn't attack, and they just surrounded Yang Yi and Qin Bufan. On the other hand, Yang Yi and Qin Bufan didn't act rashly and were just looking for an opportunity to escape. "Which expert of the fire spirit race are you?" Xianming gazed at the red-haired old man while a serious expression filled his eyes. Because the old man was very strong to the point of being stronger than his senior brother, Shinkong. "You aren't qualified to know," the old man replied. "I know what you're worried about, and I'm aware of your intentions. However, I will definitely not allow you to have the Stone of Suppression in Yang Ye's possession. It belongs to our hallowed halls." Xianming spoke in a low voice. It was in the past, but now that it has fallen into Yang Ye's hands, it belongs to him now. The red-haired old man said, "If it falls into my hands now, then it belongs to me." Xianming stated, "Do you intend to become enemies with my hallowed halls?" The old man chuckled and said, "Your hallowed halls really can be considered to be the strongest amongst the forces of the hallowed grounds. But it isn't the only formidable existence here. Coupled with the fact that the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal, and your hallowed halls will be the first to bear the brunt of it, I think you're daydreaming if you're thinking of using the hallowed hall's name to threaten me. If we fight, then it wouldn't just cause both our sides to suffer injuries, it'll allow others to benefit from it." Xianming said, "Why don't we get them first, and then we can decide how to share their possessions, all right?" The red-haired old man pondered deeply for a moment and said, "All right." Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded from the other side of the world of lava, and then Qianyan appeared before the old man. At this moment, Qianyan's expression was very unsightly. No, it should be said to be filled with fear. "What happened?" asked the old man in a low voice. Qianyan spoke with a trembling voice and pale countenance. "Countless lava monsters. The weakest amongst them was at the monarch realm, while there were even half-saints. 2 guardians have fallen in battle, while countless others have perished. Patriarch, our fire spirit race is finished." The red-haired old man's pupils constricted as he said, "I underestimated those beings beneath the volcanoes. Order the half-saints and monarch realm experts to lead the remaining members of our race and retreat to the surface. Save as many as you can. What are you still standing here for? Go on quickly." Meanwhile, over a dozen rays of fiery light shot out swiftly from the distant lava, and then they stopped by the old man's side. It was Tongfeng, the Grand Elder, and the others. Besides them, there were over 100 profounders of the fire spirit race. There were both men and women of all ages amongst them. "Patriarch, We must retreat from here. The Grand Elder's voice was filled with anxiety and a trace of terror. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion drew over their gazes, and then everyone's expressions changed. Qin Bufan gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "What exactly did you do?" Yang Yi was quite stunned as well. A dense group of various lava monsters filled their fields of vision. Every single being was at least 300 m tall, so all of them simply seemed like ants before the lava beings. Most importantly, the weakest amongst those lava beings was at the monarch realm. Moreover, there were at least a few tens of thousands of them, and their numbers were still increasing. Suddenly, those lava beings stopped moving, and then a little girl who was covered in flames appeared before them. She seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old if it was based solely on her outward appearance, and she seemed to be at the same age as Lei Lin. Just like Lei Lin, she looked quite strange. Her hair was braided into 2 fiery red twintails, and ripples surged through the space around her with every light shake of her twintails. Besides that, her body was covered in what seemed to be fiery red clothes that were formed from lava. Most importantly, her eyes had 2 dark red balls of flames within them. A sprite king. The red-haired old man's pupils constricted while shock filled his voice. He hadn't expected that a sprite king actually existed beneath the fire spirit race's territory. Xian Ming and the others had heavy expressions as well because while they had 10 half-saints on their side, they were facing a few tens of thousands of monarch realm experts. Moreover, there were half-saints amongst the lava beings as well. Xian Ming's group had the intention to retreat when they realized this, but they weren't willing to leave just like that as well, because Yang Yi and Qin Bufan were right before their eyes, and it would be difficult for them to catch Yang Yi and Qin Bufan again if they were to leave right now. The little girl suddenly said, "Is Ancestor Fire Spirit still alive?" The red-haired old man was slightly stunned and said, "Who are you? Why do you know the ancestor of my fire spirit race?" The little girl gazed at the old man and said, "He's your ancestor? Good. Very good. He sealed me deep beneath the ground in order to subdue me all those years ago, and he even placed 10,000 formations to suppress me. Unfortunately, he didn't come to subdue me when I was weak. Now it would seem like he probably fell during that battle. If I knew that, I would have broken out a long time ago. I wouldn't have been forced to come out as I have now." The hearts of everyone who heard this shook. She has lived for 100,000 years. She's in existence from the ancient times. The red-haired old man spoke in a low voice. "My ancestor perished for this world. So can the enmity between the two of you." "The enmity between us?" The little girl interrupted him and said, "Will have to be paid for by those from the same race as him. None of you fellows from the fire spirit race can hope of escaping today. All of you have to die." As soon as she finished speaking, 50 balls of flames suddenly appeared around Yang Yi and the others. Every single ball of flames had a fist-sized little girl within them. However, it was exactly such tiny fist-sized little girls that caused the expressions of everyone here to change drastically, because every single one of them was at the half-saint realm. It was a group of 50 half-saints. "We're finished." Qin Bufan's lips twitched. After all, it was a group of 50 half-saints, a few tens of thousands of monarch realm experts, and that little girl had lived for over 100,000 years. Moreover, they were utterly unable to flee while they were surrounded by the lava. Meanwhile, Xian Ming suddenly said, "This enmity is between you and the fire spirit race. It isn't related to us at all. We have no ill intent to you as well, so we'll leave right now, all right?" She replied casually, "Since you've come, then stay." Bang! The 50 balls of flames suddenly emanated flames that covered the surroundings as they swept towards Yang Yi and the others. How horrifying was the sight of 50 half-saints attacking in unison. However, the red-haired old man, Xian Ming, and the others weren't ordinary existences. So, they immediately attacked simultaneously when those 50 half-saints attacked. "Yang Yi, if you don't want to die, then use the stone of suppression to suppress them." Xian Ming howled furiously. "Suppress my ass." Yang Yi, the sword spirit, and Qin Bufan joined forces and started fighting their way out of the encirclement. As for what Xian Ming said, what a joke. Suppress those lava beings to help Xian Ming? He was no fool. The little girl's main target was the fire spirit race, and he might become her new target if he were to suppress them. Suddenly, a ray of fiery light flashed, and then the little girl suddenly appeared before Yang Yes group and blocked their path. I sense a familiar aura from you. The little girl stared Yang Yi in the eyes. Chapter 726. The red-haired old man, Xin Ming, and all the experts from both the fire spirit race and hallowed halls had joined forces, and some of them were ceaselessly charging out of the encirclement. However, the price they paid to accomplish this was extremely high. In less than 10 breaths of time, Xin Ming's side had lost 4 half-saints, whereas the fire spirit race was in a worse state. Besides its half-saints, practically 90% of the others had perished. Even though the red-haired old man's strength was formidable, there were almost 30 half-saints attacking him right now. Even with the red-haired old man's strength, he could only defend himself when facing the joint attacks of 30 half-saints. Yang Yi, my fire spirit race has been annihilated because of you. I swear that it'll definitely annihilate your entire family. It'll make all of them unable to experience reincarnation. The red-haired old man's figure exploded apart, and it transformed into countless strands of flames that charged towards the surroundings. A gap in the encirclement was instantly blasted open, and the remaining members of the fire spirit race and hallowed halls didn't let this opportunity slip by. All of them charged out through the gap and instantly vanished within the lava. Around 30 half-saints pursued them while the remaining 20, the countless monarch realm lava beings, and the little girl encircled Yang Yes group instead. I've never had a day of peace since I got to know you. Qin Bufan glanced at the surroundings. As he gazed at the 20-plus half-saints and the enormous lava beings that covered the world around him, had abandoned all thoughts of charging out of this encirclement. Attacking was no different than courting death. At this moment, Yang Yes' heart fell to rock bottom. He hadn't expected that the little girl would actually abandon the fire spirit race to obstruct his path instead. After all, he swore that had never ever met her in the past. The little girl floated in front of Yang Yi as she asked, "Human, I sense a familiar smell coming from you. It's a very familiar smell. Tell me why or you're going to die." Yang Yi took a deep breath, flipped his palm, and the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp before his profound energy surged into it. In an instant, the cultivations of everyone here was instantly suppressed. He didn't know what she was talking about, but he knew that if he didn't act now, then he might not have another chance. At the moment that Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression, the profound energy within Qin Bufan's body had started to circulate madly, and he was about to attack. At this critical moment, a bolt of lightning flashed before Lai Lin appeared in front of Yang Yi. Lai Lin was stunned for a moment, and then Yang Yi, Qin Bufan, and the sword spirit watched with astonishment as Lai Lin charged over and wrapped her arms around the red-clothed little girl. She spoke with pleasant surprise, shouting, "You're alive! You're alive! That too great." As she spoke, she actually took the red-clothed little girl's face in her hands and started kissing her repeatedly, causing the little girl's face to be covered in saliva. However, the little girl wasn't angry at all. She embraced Lai Lin instead while her face was covered in happiness, just like Lai Lin's was. "Both of you know each other?" Yang Yi was astounded, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Earlier, he was about to fight the little girl to the death, and he knew that the battle would most probably end with his death. Lai Lin took Xiao Ying's hand and flew over to Yang Yi. "This is Xiao Ying. She was born on the same year, same month, and same day as me, but she's much stronger than I am." "I noticed." Yang Yi nodded. Even though she hadn't attacked, her strength was absolutely formidable, and it might even be on par with the patriarch of the fire spirit race. Moreover, while she looked like a child, just like Lai Lin did, her speech and actions were like an adult. Xiao Ying gazed at Yang Yi and spoke abruptly. "Do you know why you're still alive?" Yang Yi said, "Because of Lai Lin?" Xiao Ying rubbed Lai Lin's head and said, "She's very pure and doesn't understand how evil the heart of man is. That was why the dragon ancestor was able to trick her to become the core for his formation all those years ago. I'm able to sense that she really trusts you, and she had a very good impression of you. Even then, you didn't place a restriction within her to take control of her, and that's why you're still alive right now. Lei Lin shook Xiao Ying's hand and said, Xiaoying, Big Brother Yi is a good person. He gives me food, protects me, and is very nice to me. Don't hit him, all right? Yang Yi was speechless. That's how you were tricked all those years ago. Lei Lin, when will you be able to figure that out? Xiaoying turned around to gaze at Lei Lin while her voice carried a trace of anger. Bang! The half-saints and lava beings in the surroundings started to surge when they noticed Xiao Ying's anger, and flames sprayed from them as if they were about to attack at any moment. Fuck off! Xiaoying glanced at them, and they instantly moved over 1 kilometer backward. Why are you being so fierce? Lei Lin let go of Xiao Ying's hand while tears had started to form in her eyes. Xiaoying took Lei Lin's hand while her voice became gentle. I'm not trying to be fierce to you. I just feel hatred. I hate all the humans in this world. Lei Lin, the humans aren't worthy of our trust. When she spoke up to this point, she pointed at Yang Yi and said, perhaps he hasn't placed a restriction on you or devoured you because he doesn't have the method to accomplish it, or perhaps he has other plans. Understand? He want. Lei Lin even gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke, and then she asked, Big Brother Yi, you won't bully Lei Lin, right? The corners of Qin Bufin's mouth twitched violently. Does that girl really have to be so naive? Yang Yi walked over to Lei Lin, rubbed her head and said, that friend of yours is right. Lei Lin, don't trust humans rashly. But don't just trust no one. In any case, you can trust me, because it'll absolutely not harm you. You're really too shameless. Qin Bufan shook his head, and he felt like Head gained a completely new understanding of how shameless Yang Yi was. I feel like killing you right now. Xiaoying stared Yang Yi in the eyes. I trust Big Brother Yi. Lei Lin took Yang Yi's hand and said, he won't harm me. Big Sister Zir as well. Big Sister Zir won't harm me as well. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Xiaoying and said, as you said, I would have at least placed a restriction within her if I had ill intent towards her. But I didn't. When he spoke up to this point, the sword intent within his surged madly, and merely a moment passed before the sword intent condensed into an intense sword. Yang Yi's actions caused the half-saints and lava beings in the surroundings to become restless, but they didn't dare act rashly without Xiao Ying's orders. Heaven-rank sword intent. That's quite rare indeed. Xiao Ying's face was calm and completely composed. Your ability to attain heaven-rank sword intent is sufficient to display your natural talent and mentality. It would be impossible for you to attain heaven-rank sword intent if you did something that went against your conscience. Even then, I still won't allow Lei Lin to continue staying by your side. Lei Lin glanced at Yang Yi, and then she glanced at Xiaoying. Xiaoying, why don't we stay together with Big Brother Yi? You'll realize that he's a good person if you stay with him for a while. Moreover, we can play together and never split up again, all right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Xiaoying said, staying with him isn't safe for you. Moreover, you're too weak. So, stay with me and cultivate properly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Lei Lin, stay here. Even though he was reluctant to part with her, it was just as Xiaoying said. Lei Lin wouldn't be safe by his side. He could be said to be at odds with the world while he resides in the hallowed grounds. Moreover, staying with him wouldn't be of any benefit to Lei Lin. He couldn't just make her into a glutton, right? Besides that, Lei Lin and Xiaoying were the same species, and Xiaoying was extremely formidable. So, Lei Lin's safety would be guaranteed by Xiao Ying's side, and Xiaoying might even be able to improve Lei Lin's strength. But I'm reluctant to part with you and Big Sister Zir. Lei Lin spoke softly. Yang Yi smiled. It's not forever. Just cultivate properly with your friend, and you can come look for me and your Big Sister Zir once you're as strong as her. At that time, you'll even be able to help me and your Big Sister Zir fight off those bad fellows. All right. Lei Lin nodded, and then she said, they'll play with Xiaoying for now, and we'll come look for you and Big Sister Zir once this place isn't fun anymore. Everyone here was at a loss for words. Suddenly, 30 balls of flames suddenly appeared from apart. Yang Yi's heart shook because they were the half-saints that had left in pursuit of Xin Ming, the red-haired old man, and the others. Needless to say, the forces Xiaoying possessed were extremely terrifying. Xiaoying said, All of you can leave now. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then gestured with his hand. The violet cloud lightning appeared on his palm as he said, Lei Lin, I don't have anything to give you, so take this to play with. If it's possible, then don't eat it. But what if I get hungry? Lei Lin blinked. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he took Lei Lin's hand and placed a spatial ring on her index finger. He said, There's a huge number of tasty things in here. Take some yourself when you feel hungry. Stay here and cultivate well. Your big sister's ear, and I will come visit you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay here for another moment. His figure flashed alongside the sword spirit and Qin Bufan, and they vanished within the lava. Lei Lin glanced at the violet cloud lightning in her palm and said, Xiao Ying, can we go see Big Brother Yi in the future? The flames in Xiao Ying's eyes suddenly started to revolve, and she said, All of you sacrificed so many sprites like us for the sake of sealing the defiant profounders all those years ago. Now, it's time for all of you to pay. 1,000-fold. Xiao Ying, what are you talking about? It's nothing. Come, they'll take you to see something fun. After they emerged from the ground, Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to feel happy when the sword spirit's body suddenly slumped towards the ground. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed her in his arms. What's wrong? Something has happened to my main body. The sword spirit's voice was extremely weak. The defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. Meanwhile, Qin Bufan spoke abruptly. You're that sword's sheath. Chapter 7:27. The sword spirit glanced at Qin Bufan and said, Even though my main body has suppressed all of you for 100,000 years, haven't I been trapped there for 100,000 years as well? To a certain extent, there's actually no difference between us. Yang Yi's profound energy was surging within him while he stayed vigilant. After all, Qin Bufan and the other defiant profounders had been sealed for 100,000 years, and it would be impossible for them to feel no resentment. Qin Bufan glanced up into the sky and said, Don't worry, every enmity has a person responsible for it. I, Qin Bufan, know who my enemy is. Out of consideration for the fact that we've joined forces in battle, we'll remind you that not everyone makes such clear differentiation like me. Since you have that ancient sheath with you, countless defiant profounders will definitely attack you in the future. After all, its main body has tortured us for 100,000 years. Yang Yi replied, I don't like to cause trouble, but am not afraid of it. Right? Qin Bufan nodded, and then he transformed into an arc of light that shot towards the distance. You're leaving just like that? Asked Yang Yi. It's too dangerous to stay with you. Qin Bufan's voice resounded from the sky. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched while he said to himself, What a pity. Head intended to ask Qin Bufan to take him to where the sword spirit's main body was. However, it was obvious that Qin Bufan had figured out his intentions and fled before he could even ask. We must find where my main body is as soon as possible. The sword spirit's voice carried a rare trace of solemnness, and it seemed like her condition was very serious. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he waved his right hand, and then Fu Jingxian appeared before him. The thing Head asked the sword spirit to do earlier was to get Fu Jingxian. We've escaped? Fu Jingxian revealed happiness on her face, and then she glanced at the surroundings and said, What about the fire spirit race? It's finished. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Oh, she was stunned for a moment, and then merely spoke a single word before she fell silent. Do you know where the defiant profounders are being sealed? Asked Yang Yi. He had to rescue the sword spirit's main body no matter what. Not to mention that it could improve his strength. It could even allow him to gain true control over the sword domain. Moreover, the sword spirit had helped him a lot, so he couldn't just watch as she died. What do you intend to do? Fu Jingxian was shocked. I hope that you don't ask too many questions. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes while his voice carried a trace of impatience. Fu Jingxian glanced at him, and then spoke softly. The place that the defiant profounders are sealed at is called the Pagoda of Confinement. It's deep within the ground, even deeper than where my fire spirit race resided. Moreover, It's densely covered by grand formations and countless half-saints. To be honest, you won't be able to enter at all. Yang Yi frowned and said, Do you have a way in? Fu Jingxian thought for a moment and said, There's one way. Tell me, said Yang Yi. She explained, There are 4 paradises of cultivation in the hallowed halls. They are the forest of illusions and demons, the netherworld ocean, the cloud pool of lightning, and the pagoda of confinement. The pagoda of confinement is considered to be the best amongst the paradises of cultivation because it's filled with abundant amounts of fire element energy. The amount of energy there is equivalent to fire crystals, and it's even those that are 500 years old and above. Of course, it's the most dangerous amongst the paradises of cultivation, because defiant profounders might appear at any moment. Moreover, if the defiant profounders who emerge aren't strong, then the half-saints of the hallowed halls wouldn't lend a hand at all. The geniuses of the hallowed halls would have to deal with them on their own. Yang Yi said, Get to the point. She continued, If you want to get to the pagoda of confinement, then you must sneak into the hallowed halls. Of course, that isn't easy. Even the geniuses of the hallowed halls wouldn't be able to enter the 4 paradises of cultivation with ease. There's only a single way for you to accomplish that, and it's to exchange the point of the hallowed halls for it. Points? Yang Yi frowned because it was the first time that had heard of this. She nodded. Everything in the hallowed halls requires points. For example, cultivation techniques, combat techniques, treasures, and even clothes or food have to be bought with points. Moreover, even marriages require points to be completed. In any case, you can't do anything in the hallowed halls without points. So, the members of the hallowed halls, and especially those of the younger generation, have to earn points every single day, because only points would allow them to obtain better things. On the other hand, strength is needed to obtain points, so the hallowed hall strength is the greatest throughout the hallowed grounds. Under such circumstances, even the laziest person would have no choice but to work hard. Yang Yi finally understood why the geniuses of the hallowed halls far surpassed profounder continent, or even the fire spirit race. If one didn't work hard while one resided within such an environment, then one might starve to death. Is there any other way to enter the pagoda of confinement? Asked Yang Yi. After all, sneaking into the hallowed halls wasn't a really reliable method. It wasn't the fire spirit race that he had a chance of escaping even if he was exposed. He would definitely die if he was exposed in the hallowed halls. She shook her head and said, Unless you want to enter by force. How many half-saints are there? She answered, At least 50 in the outer circle, and there might be more now. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. That many? She replied, It's not only the half-saints of the hallowed halls that are there. The half-saints from my fire spirit race and various other races are there as well. So, it's impossible for you to enter by force. Yang Yi said, Looks like I have no other choice. But what about your appearance? Fu Jingxian seemed hesitant to finish her sentence. Yang Yi rubbed his face and said, Don't worry, I know how to solve that problem. She suddenly said, You won't kill me, right? Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Why are you asking me such a question? She replied, Only I'm aware of your identity and objectives. No one would be aware of it once I'm dead. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while and said, I always seek a clear conscience when I do anything. I wouldn't be able to keep my conscience clear if I killed you for that. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. Actually, she wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that no one would help her take revenge if she died. Yang Yi lowered his head and gazed at the sword spirit. Hold on for a while longer. They'll save your main body soon. Thank you, said the sword spirit. Yang Yi shook his head. It's I who should thank you, she said. I'm too weak now and can't take human form at will, and I can't execute Heavenrend with you as well. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded and said, It's fine. I've almost mastered the mortal sword, and I might not be able to utilize sword techniques for some time. She nodded lightly, and then transformed into the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the ancient sheath, and then he put it away and said, Come, let's head to the hallowed halls. Ancient City of Hallows. The ancient City of Hallows belonged to the human race, and it was the place in the hallowed grounds that had the most experts and was the strongest. At the same time, it had the most monstrous geniuses as well, because every single one of the geniuses in the top 10 positions on the hallowed rankings could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. As he stood outside the ancient city of Hallows, Yang Yi noticed for the very first time that he was actually so tiny. The city towered into the clouds, and he couldn't see the top of it even with his cultivation at the monarch realm. As he stood beneath its city walls, he was tiny like an insignificant speck of dirt. Fu Jingxian explained softly, the city was jointly created by all the human saints of the ancient times. The stones that make up the city walls are obsidian that come from far in the north. These obsidians are extremely solid, and even monarch realm experts would find them difficult to destroy. Besides that, the city is covered in the energy of the laws which those ancient experts left behind. So, even half-saints wouldn't be able to destroy the city. At this moment, Yang Ye's appearance had changed. Had used a medicinal pill called the transfiguration pill to change his appearance. He wasn't afraid that others could discern his identity because Head merely utilized the medicinal properties of the pill to change the order of the muscles beneath his face. So, strictly speaking, his face was still his face, but the form of the muscles beneath his face had been changed. So, even half-saints would find it impossible to discern anything, because his face wasn't altered by a human skin mask or illusory techniques. On the other hand, Fu Jingxian's appearance remained the same. That was her own request because only then could she return to the remaining forces of the fire spirit race. Besides that, Fu Jingxian received news from the fire spirit race's patriarch. Actually, so long as they were still alive, every single member of the fire spirit race received that news, and their patriarch ordered them to immediately travel to the ancient city of Hallows. The two of them had just arrived before the entrance, yet were stopped by an old man. The corners of Yang Ye's eyes twitched slightly because the old man who guarded the entrance to the city was a half-saint. The old man glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi in the end. He said, "A human? The fire spirit race?" Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian nodded. "Do you have points?" said the old man. Yang Yi shook his head. 20 extreme-grade energy stones. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he added, "Fire crystals will do as well. They must be 100 years old and above." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. It actually costs 20 extreme-grade energy stones just to enter the city. The hallowed halls really knows how to do business. They walked into the city after handing over 20 extreme-grade energy stones. But they were immediately stopped by 3 men upon entering the city. "Fu Jingxian? I never expected it to be you." The white-clothed man who led the group sized up Fu Jingxian, and then he smiled. "ID thought that ID mistaken you for someone else, but I never expected it to really be you. I heard your fire spirit race was annihilated. Is that true?" "Yeah. I never expected that you would have gotten another man." "TSK, TSK. How's his technique? Is it better than mine?" "Haha. She's that Fu Jingxian?" A yellow-robed man who stood by the white-clothed man's side instantly had his interests aroused, and he ceaselessly sized her up and clicked his tongue. "What a stunner! Isn't she?" The white-clothed man smiled. "When I encountered her in the fire spirit race's territory, she pretended to be intimate with me but actually wanted to kill me, yet she thought I wasn't aware. But I knew from the beginning. Every time I saw her intending to kill me yet being hesitant while I played with her was truly beyond enjoyable." Haha. Fu Jingxian's face turned ghastly pale. She didn't really care about her reputation because she didn't have one for a very long time. She cared about Yang Ye's attitude towards her because she had gained quite a good understanding of Yang Ye's temper after being by his side throughout this period. Even though Yang Yi didn't look down upon her, she knew that he didn't like what she did. Sure enough, Yang Yi frowned. In Yang Ye's opinion, he really didn't want to be dragged into Fu Jingxian's problems, but it was truly not nice for him to just abandon her here. He shook his head, glanced at her, and said, "Let's go." She heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, the white-clothed man blocked Yang Ye's path and said, "Brother, let me discuss something with you." "Are you sure that you want to do that?" asked Yang Yi. He chuckled and said, "Of course, I still want to have some fun with her. You wouldn't refuse, right?" Yang Yi turned his head to look at Fu Jingxian, and he asked, "Are you willing?" She quickly shook her head in response while a trace of terror appeared in her eyes, because her intuition told her that Yang Yi was getting slightly annoyed. Yang Yi gazed at the white-clothed man and said, "You saw her response." The white-clothed man restrained his smile, and then he tapped Yang Yi's chest as he said, "I told you that because I was giving you face. Now, I don't want to give you face anymore. I'm going to do her right in front of you." Chapter 728. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then the white-clothed man was blasted flying. He smashed onto the ground over 300 m away, and the collision caused countless cracks to spread open. It was quick, extremely quick. Many people in the surroundings weren't even able to see what happened clearly before the white-clothed man had smashed against the ground. However, they had no doubt that it was the gray-robed man who stood by Fu Jingxian's side. But when they looked towards Yang Yi again, they noticed that Head vanished from where he stood. The white-clothed man was completely stunned, because he hadn't even noticed how Head been blasted flying. He forcefully endured the discomfort he felt and was about to stand up, but a foot stomped down on his chest. Yang Yi looked down at him and said, "It just happens that I don't want to give you face anymore as well." You. Bang. The white-clothed man intended to say something, but it was too late. Yang Yi had raised his leg and kicked it against the white-clothed man's stomach, causing his figure to instantly curl into the shape of a cooked prawn as it flew over 300 m away. In the end, it smashed against the ground and smashed a small hole in the ground. Such commotion caused many people to circle around successively. "Do you realize what you're doing?" The yellow-robed man gazed at Yang Yi with a gloomy expression, but he didn't attack. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the yellow-robed man, and it caused the latter's expression to change slightly. He instinctively took 2 steps back, but he forced himself to maintain a calm and composed expression on his face as he said, "We're from Snow's Lament." As he spoke, he pointed at his left chest, and there was a pure white snowflake there. Bang! The yellow-robed man was blasted flying, and he smashed against the ground at the white-clothed man's side. Snow's Lament? Yang Yi placed his hands behind his back and said, "Never heard of it." An uproar resounded in the surroundings. That fellow's a human. How could he have possibly not heard of Snow's Lament? Did he come out of some rock? Or he said that intentionally to humiliate Snow's Lament. Humiliate it? That's not very likely. Even though he's strong, he's all alone. Perhaps he's an opponent of theirs? While Snow's Lament is inferior to the alliance of sabers and swords and Lunarite Hall, it has over 100 Monarch Realm experts. These 3 fellows are obviously nobodies in Snow's Lament. In short, we'll have a show to see. We really will have a show to see. Look who has come from Snow's Lament. Hiss. The haughty Shursan? I heard that fellow attained the 5th rank of the Monarch Realm just a month ago. Based on the aura he's emanating right now, it should be true. Tisk, TSK. Someone's going to die now. The spectators watched as a bald man led over a dozen youths towards Yang Yi. The bald man's figure was quite robust, and he was much larger than an ordinary person. Moreover, his bare chest had a 20 centimeters long scar on it. Besides that scar, there were many other smaller scars, causing him to seem quite terrifying. The bald man had an enormous pitch-black axe in his right hand, and he just dragged the axe along as he walked towards Yang Yi, causing ear-piercing screeching and sparks to arise from the ground. The bald man walked very slowly, but practically every single person here felt an extremely heavy pressure press down upon them, and it was like a mountain was crushing down towards them. The bald man stopped, glanced at the white-clothed man and yellow-robed man who couldn't move a muscle as they laid there, and then he raised his head and looked at Yang Yi. His gaze stopped on Yang Yi's left chest for a moment, and then he said, "You're not from the Alliance of Swords and Sabers, nor are you from Lunarite Hall, and it's impossible for you to be on the hallowed rankings. I'm really curious. What exactly gave you the confidence to strike a member of ours in the city?" Yang Yi waved his fist and said, "Understand? You think you're very strong?" San cracked his neck, and it instantly caused clear and resounding cracking noises to resound. It shouldn't be a problem for me to fight 10 people like you. Yang Yi spoke honestly. An uproar resounded in the surroundings again. A second-rank Monarch Realm expert said that he can fight 10 fifth-rank Monarch Realm experts? Does he think he's one of those madmen on the hallowed rankings? Ha ha ha. San roared madly with laughter, but his laughter slowly became quite ferocious. He said, "You'll have to pay for your arrogance. Now, I'll make you pay that price." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the enormous axe at Yang Yi, and it whistled sharply through the air as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. The enormous axe was extremely quick, and it was quick to the point that the spectators couldn't even see it clearly. All they could see was a ray of white light and hear sharp whistling through the air. They were very clearly aware that San hadn't held back and had struck a killing blow. However, they found it to be understandable. After all, members of Snow's Lament had been beaten up in public, and they'd even been insulted. If he didn't kill that fellow to make a show of strength, he wouldn't just be unable to maintain his status in Snow's Lament. He might even be unable to maintain his status in the city. It wasn't long before countless people witnessed a scene that caused their eyes to instantly open wide. San's axe that could split a mountain apart had been grabbed by a hand. It was Yang Yi's hand. At this moment, the faces of San and the others were immediately covered in shock. They weren't fools. Since Yang Yi was able to stop San's attack with such ease, it proved that Yang Yi's strength far surpassed San. Snow's Lament has bitten off more than it can chew now. At this moment, such a thought had appeared in the minds of all the spectators. Yang Yi started swinging the axe casually, and it caused the space around him to warp. This scene made the eyelids of all the spectators twitch. It was especially so for San. At this moment, he was beyond shocked because he noticed that the fellow before him possessed a physical body that was at least a few times, or even many times stronger than his own. Where did this fellow come from? Why have I never seen him in the past? The enormous axe was being spun incessantly in Yang Yi's grasp, and the gazes of all the spectators had descended on it. All of them were very curious to know if San would be able to stop his attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly tossed the axe into the ground, and then he gazed at Fu Jingxian and said, "Let's go." Fu Jingxian was slightly stunned, and she only returned to her senses when she saw Yang Yi walking off. At the same time, she heaved a huge sigh of relief. Earlier, Shed thought that Yang Yi was about to start a slaughter, and she didn't doubt that Yang Yi would dare to do so. But if he were to do that, then it would definitely cause a huge amount of trouble for them. According to the plan Shed formed with Yang Yi, their first objective after entering the city was to find a place to stay, and then think of a way to allow Yang Yi to sneak into the hallowed halls. If Yang Yi were to start slaughtering them here, then all sorts of changes would occur to their plans. Fortunately, Yang Yi hadn't done that. Even though she didn't understand why Yang Yi had suddenly stopped, she felt that it was good that he had. Fu Jingxian hurriedly followed after Yang Yi, and they just walked off towards the distance while everyone else watched from afar. It's over just like that? In Yang Yi's opinion, bullying these fellows was utterly boring. Had only attacked just now because he felt that those two fellows were going too far, and Fu Jingxian was with him now no matter what. He was truly unable to stand by idly. Most importantly, he was very clearly aware why had come to the ancient city of Hallows. Had come to look for an opportunity to enter the pagoda of confinement, and he hadn't come to kill. Not now, at least. Some say that a single thought can determine kindness and ill, and he could be said to have chosen kindness now. However, while one intended to put the matter to rest, it was very common for others to refuse to let that happen. "Stop right there," San suddenly shouted in a deep voice when Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian had walked quite a distance away. Shit. That was the only thought Fu Jingxian had in her mind because what she was worried about the most had still happened. She wanted to persuade Yang Yi, but she was very clearly aware that her words carried no weight with the man who stood by her side. Perhaps it would be possible if it were Xiaoman. However, Yang Yi paid no attention to San, and he just continued forward. What a joke. How humiliating would it be if I were to stop just because you told me to? The spectators noticed the expression on San's face. It was gloomy and ferocious. He was bluntly and completely disregarded in public, and there was nothing more embarrassing than that. Had actually just come here to lend a hand. After all, members of Snow's Lament had been beaten up, and since he was a member of Snow's Lament as well and had encountered such a scene, then he had to deal with it no matter what. Yet now, he wasn't just here to help. It was because of dignity now. It was for the sake of both Snow's Lament's dignity and his own dignity. So, stop them. As soon as Sher San's voice resounded, the group of over a dozen that stood by his side shot forward, and they obstructed Yang Yi and Fu Jingxin's path. Sher San stretched out his hand, and the enormous axe transformed into a ray of light that flew back into his grasp. He dragged the axe on the ground as he walked over to Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian, and he said, "How can I allow the two of you to just leave like that? What about those two brothers of my Snow's Lament?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Then what do you want?" Sher San pointed at the two men who were lying on the ground and said, "Take that woman with you, kneel to them, and beg for their forgiveness. If they forgive both of you, then you can leave after each of you sever an arm and a leg of your own." He knew this man who stood before him was very strong. At the very least, the man was definitely stronger than him. But so what? There were only two of them while he had over a dozen people on his side. Moreover, all of them were Monarch Realm experts. Most importantly, he had Snow's Lament's support. So unless it was a member of Lunar Right Hall or the Alliance of Swords and Sabers, there was no one that Snow's Lament didn't dare offend. Yang Yi said, "What if I refuse?" Sher San spoke fiercely, "Then he'll kill both of you." "Since it's like that," Yang Yi nodded and said, "then he'll just kill all of you. After all, I don't want to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. The powerful force in his fist caused the space in front of him to warp. Sher San's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was prepared, and he raised the axe in front of his chest. Crack! The powerful force within the punch cracked the axe apart, and its remaining force blasted Sher San flying. Sher San spat out over 10 mouthfuls of blood essence as he flew in the air, and his eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, he noticed that this fellow was immensely more terrifying than had imagined. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him. Sher San was horrified and said, What are you trying to do?" A faint savage smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "Kill all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist smashed forward once more. Chapter 729. Life was always like this. While one would want to put the matter to rest, the other wouldn't allow it. It was even to the extent that making compromise might make others think that one was afraid. So, there were many times in life that compromising would only make the other try to take a yard when given an inch. It was how the world worked. Bang! Sher San was blasted flying before the gazes of everyone. In the end, he crashed to the ground, twitched for a while, and then there was no further movement from him. He was dead. At this moment, all the spectators looked at Yang Yi with astonishment. After all, it was just conflict that could be easily resolved, yet now, it was irreconcilable. A man and a woman were watching Yang Yi from the window of a tower over 1 kilometer away from where Yang Yi stood, and their faces carried a trace of seriousness yet were mostly covered in amusement. There were 3 men and 3 women behind them. The men stood on one side while the women stood on another side, and they were clearly from different groups. Not bad. Regardless of whether it's his strength or speed, they're both not bad indeed. I only wonder how much of his strength he actually used. The man smiled and said, "How interesting. I never expected that someone would take the path of body refinement now, and I never imagined that someone would actually cultivate it to such an extent." The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "His strength is not bad, but he's too impulsive and disregards the consequences. Such a person won't live long in this city." The man suddenly asked, "So your Lunar Right Hall isn't interested in him?" She replied, "It's not that I'm not interested, but I want to see his true strength. If he only has such a level of strength, then he isn't worthy of making my Lunar Right Hall fight Snow's Lament for him. I'm really curious about his true strength as well." The man chuckled, and then he shot his gaze at Yang Yi. After Yang Yi punched Sher San to death, he turned around and gazed at Fu Jingxian, who was still in shock. He said, "Let's go." Fu Jingxian suddenly recovered from her shock upon hearing his voice, and then she just followed him with a blank expression in her eyes. You actually dared to kill a member of my Snow's Lament? You! Suddenly, one of the profounders from Snow's Lament recovered from his shock, and he immediately flashed over and obstructed Yang Ye's path when he noticed that Yang Yi intended to just leave after killing San. Bang! The man hadn't even been able to finish speaking before he was blasted flying. It was a single and lethal attack. The remaining members of Snow's Lament were horrified, and not a single one of them dared to charge forward and stop Yang Yi. Sorry. Fu Jingxian walked by Yang Ye's side as she spoke softly. She was very clearly aware that all of this had happened because of her. Yang Yi replied, I don't know what happened in the past, and I don't want to know. Perhaps you did all of that because you were helpless, but you should understand that it's impossible to take revenge by doing that, and it would just disgrace yourself instead. Just think about it. Would your son and husband be willing to see you disgrace yourself in order to avenge them? Yang Yi didn't look down on her, and he didn't think that he had the right to do so. It was even to the extent that he felt slight admiration for her. After all, a woman like her had been able to make herself continue living after experiencing such events, and she was even able to disregard her dignity to take revenge. That was absolutely not something most women could do. Just like if someone could have saved his mother all those years ago, then he wouldn't have hesitated to abandon that thing called dignity. Of course, Yang Yi would feel disdain towards her if she'd sacrificed her dignity for herself, but she hadn't. If a woman who possessed no strength wanted to seek revenge, then she would have no choice but to do as Fu Jingxian had. Fu Jingxian remained silent. Yang Yi didn't speak further as well. In the end, they were just working together for now, and her choices for the future were her business. He couldn't stop her, nor did he want to. How do I get those points? Asked Yang Yi. At this moment, his main objective was to obtain those points so that he could enter the pagoda of confinement and rescue the sword spirit's main body. You have a few choices when it comes to earning points, but there are only two methods to gain the most points in the shortest period. The first method is to accept missions from the Hallowed Halls, and you'll be able to obtain points by completing those missions. The second method is to rise up on the Hallowed rankings. You should be aware that the Hallowed Grounds has its Hallowed rankings, and you'll be given a certain amount of points for ascending onto it. Moreover, you'll be rewarded with a certain amount on a monthly basis as well. Besides that, you'll even be given combat techniques, cultivation techniques, and even secret techniques. However, it's very difficult. Fu Jingxian glanced at him when she spoke up to this point, and she said, Of course, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Suddenly, both of them stopped moving because a group was obstructing their path. The four figures on the left were all men, and every single one of their left chests were embroidered with the diagram of a crossed sword and saber. The four figures on the right were all women, and a pure white moon was embroidered on their left chests. Gong Jian from the Alliance of Sabers and Swords. The man who led the group on the left gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke. Mu Ling from Lunar Right Hall, said the woman who led the group on the right. It's actually one of the three swords of the Alliance of Sabers and Swords, Gong Jian. Someone exclaimed. I heard that he attained the 9th level of sword intent last month. I wonder if it's true. It should be. Just look at him. Even though he isn't emanating any sword intent on purpose, his entire aura is extremely sharp and fierce. How could he possibly attain such a state if he hadn't attained 9th level sword intent? I'm more interested in Mu Ling. I watched her kill 3 experts at the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm by herself around 2 months ago, and she's only at the 5th rank of the Monarch Realm now. Moreover, I heard that she has fought a half-saint. I wonder if it's true. Both Lunar Right Hall and the Alliance of Sabers and Swords have shown themselves. Could they be intending to recruit that fellow? They should be. Alas, that fellow is quite lucky. So long as he joins any one of them, then the problems he would have faced for killing San should be resolved. That may not necessarily be the case. Everyone knows that the Master of Snow's Lament is very protective of his members. Moreover, it's related to Snow's Lament's honor and dignity. So would anyone in the city join Snow's Lament in the future if they're unable to redeem their honor? Let's just watch and see. As the others in the surroundings discussed all of this, Fu Jingxian was the only one to snicker at it. After all, She was the only one who was very well aware of how terrifying that fellow who stood by her side was. Even if Yang Yi couldn't utilize his sword right now and couldn't display his full strength, she had no doubt that he was absolutely not someone that Snow's Lament or the master of Snow's Lament could go against. Yang Yi glanced at them, and his gaze lingered a little longer on Mu Ling before he said, "Do you need something?" Gong Jian asked. "You're a body refiner?" Yang Yi replied, sort of. Had come to the ancient city of Hallows as a body refiner, so he felt that it was better to make it public now. After all, it would allow him to avoid a huge amount of trouble. Gong Jian said, "Your strength isn't bad. Join my alliance of sabers and swords. We'll give you 100 points every month. As for cultivation techniques, combat techniques, treasures, and other things like that, it'll depend on your performance." On the other hand, Mu Ling gazed at Fu Jingxian instead, and she said, "You're from the fire spirit race?" Fu Jingxian was slightly stunned, and then she nodded. Mu Ling continued, "The granddaughter of your patriarch, Su Jiqing, has joined my lunar right hall. You can join as well if you want." Mu Ling's invitation stunned both Fu Jingxian and Gong Jian. It was especially so for Fu Jingxian because she felt that Mu Ling should be recruiting Yang Yi. Even though she was at the monarch realm as well, her combat strength was only ordinary. In next to no time, Gong Jian seemed to have thought of something, and he took a deep and long glance at Mu Ling and said, "What a plan!" In the beginning, Yang Yi's presence in their respective groups wasn't essential, but they'd stepped forward decisively when Yang Yi killed the Toon Profounder, because Yang Yi hadn't utilized any profound energy when he did that. In other words, Yang Yi had relied solely on his physical strength to kill a monarch realm expert with a single blow. Even though they were still unaware of Yang Yi's true strength, just that was sufficient for them to recruit him. At this moment, Fu Jingxian figured out what was happening as well. Mu Ling wasn't really recruiting her, she was recruiting Yang Yi. Because if Fu Jingxian joined Lunar Right Hall, then it was very likely that Yang Yi would join as well. Even if Yang Yi didn't join, there would still be a chance because of Fu Jingxian. Mu Ling's plan was very good indeed. Unfortunately, Mu Ling wasn't aware that Fu Jingxian was merely working together with Yang Yi for now. "I killed some fellows from Snow's Lament just now." Yang Yi looked Mu Ling in the eyes. He was naturally clearly aware of her intentions. Actually, had made up his mind when they came to recruit him, because he would be lost in the city if he were on his own, and it would definitely be more convenient if he had a group to rely on. Mu Ling stated, "We'll deal with it for you." Yang Yi continued, "I don't like being bound and controlled." "Hey!" Meanwhile, a woman who stood behind Mu Ling shouted coldly, "Don't try to take a yard when given an inch. You might die on these very streets if you don't have my Lunar Right Hall's help." Yang Yi paid no attention to the woman. He just gazed at Mu Ling while Mu Ling looked straight at him. A short while passed before Mu Ling said, "That'll depend on your ability. The strong are never bound no matter where they go. If you're strong, then no one in my Lunar Right Hall would dare to restrain you, and it's even to the extent that the Hall Master won't restrain you if you're strong enough. In short, whether you're bound or not doesn't depend on us, it depends on you." "All right." Yang Yi nodded. "Mu Ling, congratulations." Gong Jian suddenly started smiling, but his smile was quite odd. He said, "You've gained an expert. However, I hope you'll be able to resolve what comes next." As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at Yang Yi before he said, "You'll regret your decision." "Perhaps." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Snow's Lament's forces have arrived." Someone shouted from afar. Everyone here looked over and saw a group of a few hundred experts shooting towards here, and it wasn't just that group alone. There were countless others approaching from all directions. No matter who tries to protect him today, only death will make us stop and leave. A voice resounded from far away. Chapter 730. Countless people came over from all directions. Yang Yi noticed there were almost 1,000 of them with just a glance. Moreover, there were actually over 60 at the Monarch realm. Meanwhile, the rest were at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm or above. The man who led the group was at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm. "It's the Vice Master of Snow's Lament, Lung Wushang." One of the spectators gasped. "It's actually him." "Heh, We're going to have a show to watch now. That fellow is even more protective than Snow's Lament's master. Moreover, he even brought so many people and spoke such words. He clearly intends to kill that body refiner. If I were him, I would definitely stop at nothing to kill that fellow as well, because Snow's Lament would suffer a blow to its reputation if he isn't killed. Moreover, many people within Snow's Lament would feel displeased. After all, would anyone be willing to stay in a group that can't protect its members? Would anyone even dare to stay? So, this matter isn't just about a few deaths now. But Lunar Right Hall promised that body refiner that it would deal with Snow's Lament for him. Even though Snow's Lament is strong, it's still weaker when compared to Lunar Right Hall, right? The problem is whether Lunar Right Hall would be willing to fight Snow's Lament to the death just for a body refiner who's quite strong? I would absolutely not. It's not about being afraid of the trouble that I would face. It's because it isn't worth it. It isn't worth it at all to lead the entirety of Lunar Right Hall into a life and death battle for a single person. Cut the crap and just watch quietly. We'll know the true outcome in a moment. Lung Wushang and the others stopped 3M away from Yang Yes group, and then he pointed a finger at the Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian. "I'm taking their lives today." Gong Jian and the others from the Alliance of Sabers and Swords moved aside while an amused expression appeared on the corners of their mouths, because it was very good news for them if Lunar Right Hall and Snow's Lament were to clash. Mu Ling's face fell slightly. He just joined my Lunar Right Hall. She was making her stand clear. Lung Wushang's face instantly turned gloomy, and he said, "Mu Ling, my Snow's Lament strength is inferior indeed when compared to your Lunar Right Hall, but is it really advisable for you to insult my Snow's Lament in public like this? It wouldn't be so difficult to accept if Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian had been members of Lunar Right Hall since the beginning. But the problem was that Mu Ling had recruited them while knowing that they'd killed so many members of Snow's Lament. That was like brazenly slapping Snow's Lament's face. Mu Ling pondered deeply for a moment and said, "My Lunar Right Hall will compensate Snow's Lament for their deaths. You'll compensate us?" A ferocious expression appeared on Lung Wushang's face. "Mu Ling, why don't you let me kill a few members of your Lunar Right Hall and compensate you with some things?" Mu Ling said, "Looks like you refuse to seek reconciliation. Then I'd just like to ask if you really dare to fight my Lunar Right Hall to the death?" Lung Wushang laughed fiercely and responded, "I really don't, but the one who dares has given the order that the heads of those who dared to kill members of my Snow's Lament must be taken. So, kill. Show no mercy to anyone who stops you. Kill." The entire group in the surroundings roared furiously, and then they started surrounding Yang Yi and Fu Jingxian. The members of Lunar Right Hall revealed gloomy expressions when they saw those fellows charge over, and there was a trace of terror in their eyes. After all, there were only a few of them here. However, they were very clearly aware that they had to fight this battle, because Lunar Right Hall would lose face if they didn't. In short, they'd arouse strong discontent towards Yang Yi now, because they wouldn't have fallen into such a situation if it wasn't for him. Fu Jingxian had the same reaction as those women from Lunar Right Hall. Her eyes were filled with worry, but she wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about Yang Yi. She was worried that he would go berserk. "How presumptuous of you!" Mu Ling roared furiously while a powerful aura swept out from her like a torrent. It struck the Monarch Realm experts in front of her to the point of being pushed back repeatedly, and the other profounders from Snow's Lament stopped their advance. Mu Ling had a pair of white jade rings in her hands, and she held them tightly as she stared fixedly at Lung Wushang. She said, "Lung Wushang, I'm protecting them no matter what." If she knew that Snow's Lament would stop at nothing to kill them, then she would have definitely not recruited them so rashly. But it couldn't be helped now. If she were to hand them over now, then it would be Lunar Right Hall that lost face. Lung Wushang's face grew more and more ferocious. Right when the battle was about to erupt, Yang Yi suddenly walked over to Mu Ling. He glanced at the members of Snow's Lament, and then his gaze descended onto Mu Ling in the end. "This occurred before I joined Lunar Right Hall. So, I should deal with it. He'll join officially once I'm done." No one owed anything to anyone in this world, and these members of Lunar Right Hall owed him nothing. So, he had no reason to make them fight to the death for him. Moreover, He was very grateful that they hadn't intended to give him over when they were surrounded. Even though he knew that they might have done that because of other reasons, he still felt grateful. In the end, it was kindness if one helped another because there was no obligation to do so. After all, it was something that had happened before he joined Lunar Right Hall. Yang Ye's words surprised everyone here. Are my ears deceiving me? He actually intends to face Snow's Lament on his own? Is there something wrong with him in the head? Does he think he's a monstrous genius who's ranked on the Hallowed rankings? Besides those 3 monstrous geniuses in the top 3 positions on the Hallowed rankings, there isn't any other genius on the Hallowed rankings who dares to speak about fighting so many by themselves. How interesting. No matter what, I really admire this fellow. At the very least, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. Even though it's quite foolish, he's ballsy. He is indeed. But he's overestimating his strength. He has a chance at survival with Lunar Right Hall's help, yet now, he'll definitely die if Lunar Right Hall agrees to his request. Tisk, TSK. This show is getting better and better. Mu Ling and the others were slightly stunned, and the first thought in their minds was, is this fellow trying to court death? Even though the strength Yang Yi revealed was extraordinary, they didn't think that his true strength would be sufficient to fight 1,000 on his own. Moreover, there were around 60 Monarch Realm experts amongst the group. Mu Ling gazed at Yang Yi and spoke very seriously. Do you understand what you're saying? Yang Yi nodded and said, of course. When he spoke up to this point, he pointed at Fu Jingxian and said, take care of her for me and leave the rest to me. She asked, you're serious? Yang Yi replied, of course. Mu Ling took a deep breath and said, if you're trying to test me, then there's no need for that. Since you've joined my Lunar Right Hall, then we have a responsibility to protect you. I can't guarantee if he'll be able to protect you, but I will definitely not abandon you. Yang Yi chuckled and said, I'm not testing you. In short, stop bringing up all these unrelated and unnecessary things. Just take my friend along and move back. I'll go join Lunar Right Hall with you after I've dealt with these fellows. As he spoke, Yang Yi paid no attention to Mu Ling's group, and he walked towards Long Wushang's group instead. What's his name? Mu Ling gazed at Yang Ye's figure yet was asking Fu Jingxian who stood by her side. Young man. Fu Jingxian spoke softly. Yang Yi naturally couldn't use his real name. So, that was a name that they discussed before they arrived in the ancient city of Hallows. Young man? Mu Ling nodded lightly. She knew that Shed misjudged him slightly. You've really surprised me. Long Wushang gazed at Yang Yi and said, you're very bold, but it can't prevent your death today, because you've killed members of Snow's Lament. It was they who offended me first. Yang Yi spoke as he walked. Right? I gave that fellow called Shirsan a chance just now. Unfortunately, he didn't cherish it. So, I had no other choice but to kill him, because they would kill me if I didn't kill them. You're courting death. Someone roared furiously, and then the profounders of Snow's Lament intended to charge over and chop Yang Yi into pieces. However, Long Wushang stopped them. Seriousness appeared in Long Wushang's eyes as he watched Yang Yi walk forward like he was taking a stroll through his own backyard. Long Wushang was no fool. The fellow before him had been too composed and calm since the beginning, and it was to the extent that he and all the profounders from Snow's Lament seemed like they didn't exist to that fellow. There were only 2 possibilities that could explain such a situation. The first was that the man was a fool who was putting on an act, and the second was that he was extremely confident in his strength. He was confident to the point that he felt even Long Wushang and all the profounders from Snow's Lament couldn't harm him. Moreover, this fellow before him didn't seem like a fool. But if Snow's Lament retreated now, then it would really be infamous. So, he had to act. Long Wushang stepped forward and said, everyone else move 300 and back. They understood that he wanted to fight himself. Titan palm. As soon as the others moved back, Long Wushang roared furiously as he swiftly slapped his palms towards Yang Yi. In an instant, 2 enormous palms that were over 100 m wide overlapped each other as they flashed forward, and then they blasted down towards Yang Yi. A high-grade heaven-rank technique? One of the spectators spoke in a low voice. Mu Ling's face fell slightly. She knew that while Long Wushang hadn't exerted his full strength, he hadn't held back much. The gazes of all the spectators converged onto Yang Yi as they wanted to witness his true strength. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the group, and then he shot forward like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! Two explosions resounded when Yang Yi collided with those two enormous palms, and then they exploded apart. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's speed didn't decline in the slightest and arrived before Long Wushang, and then he just executed a simple forward punch with his right hand. Long Wushang's pupils constricted. He knew that Head underestimated his enemy. Head truly underestimated his enemy. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think, and he immediately clenched his right fist and smashed it against Yang Ye's fist. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.